Ja, das ist gerade wieder. Yeah. Welcome again to the second day of our conference on Jean Améry here at the Einstein Forum. I'm Rüdiger Zill from the Einstein Forum, and I have the honor to welcome our first speaker today, Peter Stephan Jungk, and I'm very glad he is here again. He was with us 10 years ago for a wonderful conference on first love. Now a completely different topic, but I'm very, as usual, you can, whatever you want to know about him or the other speakers of the conference, you can see in our little booklet or on the internet as a PDF on the internet. So, no, without further ado, Peter Stephan Jungk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Susan, for inviting me. It's an honor. I will speak a bit under 40 minutes. Bear with me, just so you know that after half an hour you don't get impatient. Oh, he's still going on and on. 38 minutes.
We want to hear you. Good.
I have a confession to make. Not so easy, especially in a forum like ours, but I'll do it. I have a confession to make. Although this talk is, of course, not at all about me, I deem it necessary to state that I'm not a great reader. Never have been. Not sure I ever will be. On the other hand, I partly grew up in a bookshop owned by my Viennese uncles who established Libris in London, boasting the largest stock of German literature in all of England, a mecca for scholars and connoisseurs. I always felt as though through osmosis I had taken in the contents of this heavenly place, from the cellar up to the third floor, 10,000s of books. The troublesome reality of my being a bad reader has helped me from the outset, I've always believed, to dare to begin writing my own books, my short stories, novels, biographies, essays. Yet as soon as I decide upon a new theme, a new topic which necessitates any form of research, I do read, by digging deep and ever deeper into the cosmos of the world's literatures, and then suddenly I do turn into a reader par excellence. When I was asked to speak about Jean Améry's last book, Charles Bovary, Country Doctor, Portrait of a Simple Man, published 5 weeks before his suicide in mid-October 1978, I had never before read any of Améry's work, did not know his essays At the Mind's Limit, On Aging, Revolt and Resignation, or Hand an sich legen, On Suicide, a Discourse on Voluntary Death, nor his essayistic novel about his close friend, the painter Erich Schmidt, published as Le Feu, or The Demolition. but I had known Jean Améry personally, this very kind, sensitive, soft-spoken man. He was a friend of my parents. I will get to that later. Accepting the challenge meant, of course, that I would have to not only read Améry's Country Doctor, but Gustave Flaubert for the first time in my life as well. Unimaginable to discuss Améry's analysis of Flaubert without knowing the source material he refers to. I decided to turn the reading experience around and took to Améry's book first. Without the least knowledge of Flaubert's famous novel, apart from the detail that its heroine, not a spoiler alert, I assume, commits suicide in the end. Améry's book is neither novel nor essay, but rather a mixture of both, a so-called novel essay, which blends fiction and non-fiction in a highly original way, a literary form Améry had already used 4 years earlier for his Le Feu. This idiosyncratic format would doubtless have vexed booksellers and librarians when it was first published in German in 1978. The reviewer Human Barekat remarked in The Guardian, when Charles Bovary, Country Doctor, was published in English only in 2018, 40 years after it came out in German. Today, he continued, we call it creative nonfiction and scarcely bat an eyelid. 3 of the 6 chapters are pure literary criticism, philosophical tract, the 3 others novelistic fictional monologue. In his brutal indictment of Flaubert, Améry makes the following observation. Emma Bovary's cheated-on husband, the simple country doctor Charles, is mistreated as a pitiful nobody by his creator, a clod presented as neither particularly intelligent nor in any way attractive, not sensitive, not compassionate, not caring. A ridiculous bumpkin whose beautiful, luscious wife is no match for him at all. He rubs her the wrong way on a daily basis. Charles Bovary, the poor man from whom everything was stripped away, I am quoting Améry, love, his beloved, his possessions, and even his memory, for as he is forced to realize he has lived in error, was treated by Gustave Flaubert as a quantité négligeable. He comes to see himself as victim and bearer of fatalité, as a man of the abyss. Flaubert's Charles Bovary was a dimwit, end quote. Améry claims that Gustave Flaubert, the haut bourgeois, looked down upon the petit bourgeois, which Charles represented, fictional though he may be, ridiculing his own creation up to the very last moments of his protagonist's life, denying him the rights of liberty, equality, and fraternity the French Revolution had fought for, the pillars of Enlightenment. Améry's goal is to rectify this alleged massive injustice inflicted upon poor Charles, an objective he executes with unrelenting passion, suggesting that indeed there was more to the man than Gustave Flaubert makes us believe. And then there's another central accusation Améry levels against Flaubert, that the novelist betrayed his own entrenchment in the genre of literary realism by inventing a character who Améry claims is not at all realistic, not at all believable. Which husband, madly in love with his wife, would willfully deliver her to her lovers? No one believes that, I'm quoting. The novelist's invention is a bad one, this one and so many more. Améry writes in one of the book's chapters focusing on literary criticism, that the country doctor failed to notice his wife's first playful flirtations with Léon, that he eagerly advised her to go out riding with the notorious lady killer Rodolphe, that nothing awakened suspicion in his heart. The reader can hardly accept all that. The book has rightfully been interpreted as a polemic answer to Jean-Paul Sartre's 4,092-page unfinished biography of Flaubert in 3 parts. L'idiot de la famille. By the way, Sartre's esoteric masterwork is considered to be his least read. I certainly did not read it, I can assure you. L'idiot de la famille may even have been the main trigger event for Améry to undertake his novel essay in the first place. He had been one of Sartre's most passionate admirers, a disciple even, had written in Sartre's shadow for years. But in 1974, he began to turn into an adversary of France's most prominent living philosopher of the time, after Sartre had visited the convicted German terrorist Andreas Baader in prison at Stammheim near Stuttgart. After his meeting with Baader, Sartre leveled heavy accusations against the West German government. The Rote Armee-Fraktion prisoners were being held in solitary confinement in soundproofed cells with constant artificial lighting. It was not torture like that of the Nazis, Sartre said, but another torture, a torture that leads to psychological disturbance, Sartre proclaimed. In fact, the philosopher had never even seen the cells at the newly constructed prison, which were equipped with television sets and small libraries. Perhaps Sartre, by then half blind, had mistaken the meager visitor's room for Baader's prison cell. Améry must have felt disappointment and pure anger at such remarks by his former idol, who dared comparing, even if only elusively, the Nazi henchman's torture he had to endure in Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen to what the members of the RAF were facing in a German high-security prison. In Charles Bovary, Country Doctor, Améry reproaches Sartre for his excessive fascination for Flaubert the bourgeois, overlooking the man of the people, the doctor of humble origins. On the other hand, it was Sartre who, in his L'idiot de la famille, had argued that Charles Bovary is, in a way, perhaps, Madame Bovary's main protagonist, the novel being held together by Charles's persona from the very beginning to the very end. In his dialogue with Sartre, Améry writes, Sartre's Flaubert is the Sartre Flaubert and should remain such. It is now left to others to discover their own Flaubert according to the map each sketches out for himself. End quote. Let us take a closer look at the way Améry sketches out the map of his own grievances against Flaubert and the handling, or rather mishandling, of its protagonist. His novel essay starts out with the chapter Threnody, a flamboyant monologue written in empurpled style, mourning the death of his beloved wife shortly after her suicide on the day of her funeral. It tells us the story from the point of view of Charles several days, weeks, or perhaps months before his own downfall. Her creditors are at the door. Charles is alone, without money or society, a ruined and nervous man. Améry renders Charles' thoughts as stream of consciousness, but in turgid, stilted language, at least in the German original. At times, Améry tries to copy the rhythm of Thomas Bernhard's prose, whose oeuvre he certainly knew well. I have read, I may add, Bernhard's novels almost in their entirety, but sadly never even comes close to Bernhard's genius. Au contraire, in the text's fictional parts, Améry's language sounds tremendously old-fashioned. Just to give you a random example in the German original first. Auch Mutters Rede setzte mir die Gemarkung meiner Welt. Keine Üppigkeit, es sei denn beim Sonntagsmahl mit Poulet à l'estragon, keine Hoffahrt. Hoffahrt und Hochfahrt. Ich stieß die Grenzsteine als ich mir das schönste Mädchen des Departements zum E-Weib erkor. The English translation sounds more digestible. Mother's words too mark the boundaries of my world, nothing sumptuous. beyond the Sunday meal of poulet à l'estragon, nothing uppity, nothing lofty. I overturned the border stones when I set my sights on the most beautiful girl in the département. How surprising and certainly satisfying it would have been had Améry chosen, even more so in the context of this experimental novel essay, to use a particularly modern style and language. He does exactly the opposite, writing prose reminiscent of the 19th century. Améry, one of the most well-read, erudite, knowledgeable individuals of his time, knew, of course, what he was doing. But why he decided to do so, I cannot comprehend. It even hurts my feelings in a certain indefinable way. Then again, this strange hybrid of a book changes tone completely when its author shifts to the chapters of literary criticism, in which he pleads his case like a capable attorney before a court of law in wild rhetorical tirades. The idea of the juxtaposition of fictional passages with those of pure critical review works well to a certain degree. But even where pure critical review is at the center, the style lacks clarity and the power to convince. It often sounds like gibberish. Whether there are, I'm quoting, or are not elementary particles, which one refers to as quarks, is indifferent to the world of personal experiences so long, but only so long, as no propositions derived from the quark hypothesis lead to a change in the individual and social structures of existence. Believe me, this randomly chosen passage doesn't sound more convincing in the German original. The more I got to know of Charles Bovary, Country Doctor, the more clearly I realized that it assumes its reader must be at least somewhat familiar with Flaubert's novel. So I read Améry in a kind of blind flight mode regarding the source material he attacks on every page. The book's last chapter, J'accuse, culminates in a mock court hearing in which Flaubert is judged by Charles Bovary, who makes his final plea. Gentlemen of the court, Monsieur Gustave Flaubert expelled me from the realm of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and made me into a serf of what was for him the stupidity and ugliness of the petite bourgeoisie. I accuse him and I demand the restoration of all rights due to me, what my spirit, my era, and history had reserved for me, but which the miser, the cheat, the malign weaver of words and pretty pictures refused me. Go to his distinguished Hermitage and arrest him. Gag his mouth if he begins capriciously to growl, listening in rapture to his own cadences, which are as beautiful to him as I was ugly. Gustave Flaubert, I was nothing to you. Charles talks back to his creator. The final statement ends with the words, Je vous accuse, Monsieur Flaubert, only to be retracted a few pages later when Charles proclaims, no, do not rise to issue the verdict. I rescind my accusation. I slowly but surely began longing for Améry's 160-page book to end, I must admit, allowing me to move on and to finally start reading Madame Bovary. But first, I still needed to get through the final pages in which Améry lets Charles Bovary's Don Quixote-like outbursts culminate in fantasies of the doctor's decision to poison Emma's two lovers, as well as an awkward vision, painful to read, of an orgy involving Rodolphe, Léon, and himself. Rodolphe, Léon, she wants you both, one at a time and together. She likes that. One pleasure her head, the other her feet, and the middle belongs to all three of us. Beauty commands this, fate demands it. And you, Homais, the apothecary, one of the novel's main protagonists, you, Homais, see to the pleasure of all four of us intertwined. Monsieur l'Abbé, bless this exquisite love game. I want it, do it. She likes blows from the whip too, and her cries of pain are jubilant lust. Nor does Améry shy away from allusions to seminal discharge, die fließende Erlösung, which the translator doesn't really catch when he refers to Charles's fluid resolution, or ich genieße das Fließen meines Bluts und des klebrigen weißlichen Liquidiums, which we read as I enjoy my flowing blood and the tacky whitish liquid, in Adrian Nathan West's sober translation. Are all these rather embarrassing moments variations on themes and scenes from Flaubert's original, I kept asking myself? Or are they purely born out of Améry's fantasy? I have nothing against orgies. But in this context, I felt strangely appalled. When on top of these erotic escapades, moments of necrophilia occurred throughout, a vile perversion, I'm quoting, and let me warn you, a criminal offense, as Charles declares in Améry's book, I tended to quickly scan the sentences without reading them all too carefully, again and again wondering, are they derived from the original, or does Améry allow himself to be carried away into a realm for which he feels a rather sickening personal attraction? The moment had finally arrived to read Gustave Flaubert's Madame Bovary. I cherished the first pages, then the next, and the next. It felt almost comparable to escaping a bad dream, or reminiscent of immersing oneself in a huge warm bubble bath filled to the brim after a particularly cold, windy, exhausting day. Feeling immediate relief. What a captivating, exquisite novel with all of its lush details, its moments of sadness and bliss. But most of all, I encountered Emma Bovary's husband, Charles, a country doctor who falls in love with one of the département's most beautiful girls, marries her and starts a family with her. The story of Madame Bovary is based on two local dramas, the adultery and subsequent suicide of the wife of a local country doctor, and the disastrous spending habits and ultimate financial ruin of the wife of a sculptor Flaubert knew personally. A third influence on the novel was the regional fiction of Balzac, whom Flaubert greatly admired. Incited, truly hyped up by Jean Améry's novel essay, I expected to encounter a ridiculous cuckold at the center of Flaubert's most famous work, Charles Bovary, a simpleton to the extreme, completely devoid of compassion for his exquisite wife. How great was my surprise to engage, from the first page to the very last, with a warm-hearted, kind, considerate young man. He's a widower after the death of his unloved first wife, Eloise. Emma, his second wife, is the incarnation of beauty and passion. He adores her every move. His devotion to her knows no boundaries. What I learned was in fact an inverse reality to what Améry had prepared me for. Charles may be a little naive, no doubt, and he is all too soft, certainly not what we in our times would call macho. On the contrary, how can he be only dull and narrow-minded if he mustered the courage to ask for Emma's hand in marriage? Yes, it's true. He never suspects any of Emma's betrayals. He either turns a blind eye, or rather, he just doesn't get it. Apart from these character traits, he certainly isn't a great physician, just a simple country doctor who spends his days visiting patients in the wider surroundings. A good man who, when faced with the challenge of performing his first operation ever, the correction of a club foot, fails abysmally. I began to suffer for Charles whenever Emma berated him. She starts doing so very early on in their marriage, making fun of him, deriding him for his clumsiness, taunting him for intellectual shortcomings. It now seemed to me that Flaubert's sympathies were perhaps closer to Charles than to Emma. No man could ever give her what she wanted. Her idea of man was a picture of gallantry, fashion, and passion. The Indian writer Ankita Chakraborty states, even in death, she still seemed to be expecting all men to live up to that idea, to strive to be deserving of her. Flaubert's insatiable heroine seems not only cruel, scheming, and cold-hearted, but solely responsible for her husband's complete bankruptcy. Flaubert does not pass judgment on his protagonists, yet I could not overlook a certain disdain on his part for Emma's extravagant behavior and her constant nastiness toward her husband. Charles came to kiss her on the shoulder. We read early on in Madame Bovary, "Leave me alone," she said. "You're rumpling me." Often when they're sitting down to have dinner together, Emma reads in her books while he eats, paying no attention whatsoever to Charles. When she cannot stand living in the tiny village of Tost any longer, she grew pale and had palpitations of the heart. I'm quoting. Charles administered valerian and camphor baths. Everything he tried seemed to irritate her further. He decides to try setting up his practice somewhere else and finds a solution after intense attempts to leave his hometown of many years. After looking here and there, Charles learned that in the region of Neufchâtel, there was a sizable market town called Yonville-l'Abbé, whose doctor, a Polish refugee, had just decamped the week before. They moved to Yonville, while Emma is pregnant with their only child, their daughter Berthe. And here in Yonville, Emma's first passionate love affair soon begins with the landowner, the wealthy landowner and ladies' man, Rodolphe Boulanger de la Huchette. They plan to start a new life together. Emma is preparing her flight, only to learn on the day of their departure that Rodolphe has backed down and left town. She spirals into a complete nervous breakdown. I'm quoting, "They thought she was delirious, and she was, from midnight on. A brain fever had set in. For 43 days, Charles did not leave her side. He abandoned all his patients. He no longer went to bed. Speak to us," Charles was saying. "Speak to us. Wake up. It's me, your Charles, who loves you. Do you recognize me?" I would go so far as to state Charles Bovary is in reality the soul of Flaubert's novel, the putty, the cement that holds the entire novel together. At 7 o'clock, I'm quoting, little Berthe, who had not seen him all afternoon, came to call him for dinner. We read on the novel's very last page, "His head was leaning back against the wall, his eyes were closed, his mouth open, and he was holding in his hands a long lock of black hair. 'Papa, come,' she said, and thinking that he wanted to play, she pushed him gently. He fell to the ground. He was dead." Mistreatment of Charles Bovary by his creator, Gustave Flaubert? Mais pas du tout. Absolutely not. Rather, an affectionate understanding for a man, a husband, a country doctor, who remains far too soft, who cannot help himself. I often eavesdrop on couples in restaurants, on trains, in planes, in the subway, where a husband allows his wife to berate him, criticize him, tease him, and he remains stoically silent. Although it upsets me at times, I completely understand the men's decision not to fight back, to keep their cool. In my biography of Franz Werfel, we learn that Alma Mahler was completely overpowering her spouse. He took it in stride, even allowing his wife her extramarital affairs. Does that mean he was a fool, a weakling, a ridiculous nobody? No, by no means. Was my father a fool, a weakling, a ridiculous nobody, because he chose to let the frequent rants of my mother, a particularly strong personality, often go unanswered, very rarely fighting back? No, by no means. By the way, Charles' death in Madame Bovary reminded me of a news item from late May of this year, after the horrific mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Joe Garcia, the husband of Irma Garcia, one of the two teachers killed in the massacre, had just placed flowers at the memorial site of his beloved wife of 24 years. When he returned home, he sat down at a kitchen table surrounded by family and suddenly collapsed. Efforts to revive him were unsuccessful. He had simply died of grief. Allow me to once again turn my attention to Améry's, I cannot help myself from saying it, flawed novel essay, his whiny misinterpretation, Charles Bovary, Country Doctor, Portrait of a Simple Man. A simple man? Really? Even these 5 words in the book's title are misleading. Jean Améry is the one who reduces Charles Bovary to being a nitwit, certainly not Gustave Flaubert. Relieved that Flaubert does not allow necrophilia to invade his Madame Bovary in any way, I needed to look up one of the passages in Améry's book, which I had more or less skipped at first. I'm now doing the exact opposite, even quoting these gruesome sentences. In fact, the prose seethes at times with necrophiliac desire, to make my point that its author had in a certain way lost his bearings, allowing his dark fantasies to take hold in one of Charles's stream of consciousness monologues. Just 2 miles more to Yonville and another half to the church field where you await your 3 lovers. Charles, Rodolphe, Léon, in whom all contradictions are resolved if they fetch your rotting cadaver. Perhaps it would be right for me to crawl on my knees to Yonville, to scrape away my skin, and to embrace your skeleton as a skeleton in turn. Don't let filth in the village say the country doctor came stumbling home, a drunk who did away with his wife's 2 lovers, poisoning them after all 3 had committed necrophilia with his wife's body. End quote. Gulp. The book came out in September 1978. In a letter to his devoted friend and publisher Michael Klett of Klett-Cotta in Stuttgart, who had brought out all his previous books, and I think also brought out the complete works very recently, Améry wrote, die ersten Besprechungen erwarte ich mit einiger Ungeduld, da es keine richtigen Kriterien gibt in der Literatur, ist die Herausgabe jedes neuen Werkes eine Art Va-banque-Spiel. I await the first reviews with some impatience. Since there are no real criteria in literature, the publication of each new work is a kind of gambling game. I reached out to Michael Klett, who was once my publisher as well, who told me that none of his friends' books sold as badly as this last one, Charles Bovary, but quickly shifted our conversation to an outburst of affection for his author. He often came to visit us at home. Klett recalls what a sweet and kind man he was, a causeur whose colloquial intensity knew no boundaries. He seemed to constantly run after the life he felt had been taken away from him during the war. He loved playing with our then still small children in the garden, unhappy perhaps to have never had children of his own. The kids loved him back. They owned quite a number of pets, among them 4 Tanzmäuse, waltzing mice. Mice of a genetic variant characterized by an inability to progress in a straight line and a tendency to whirl about in small circles. They can do nothing but turn, 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 incessantly. Améry was deeply shocked to see this and reprimanded us for ever allowing our children to play with a living being who obviously suffers terribly from its disabilities. We quickly gave them away. It seems that the first reviews were slow in coming. Améry embarked on a reading tour through Germany of Charles Bovary, which took him to Hamburg, Kiel, Neumünster, and Oldenburg. Not long ago, a few weeks ago actually, I visited Sidney Rosenfeld, the translator of Améry's key work, Jenseits von Schuld und Sühne, among others, at his home in Oberlin, Ohio. In Germany, I heard Améry read twice from his Charles Bovary book. Sidney Rosenfeld, who recently turned 91 years old, told me, "I remember being truly disappointed. It didn't seem to come close to the stylistic brilliance I was so used to in his work. Although I didn't know everything he had written, he implored me never to read Hand an sich legen, his book on suicide. He felt guilty that a German student who read it took his life following the book's advice." As mentioned in the beginning, I had the great privilege of meeting Jean Améry on several occasions when I grew up and later in my early 20s. He was a friend of my parents, Ruth and Robert Jungk, visiting them in their lovely apartment overlooking Salzburg's fortress, the churches, the river Salzach with its bridges. I remember a soft-spoken, particularly kind man, a chain smoker like I had never seen, whose deep voice and very slow, cautious way of speaking impressed me, but I found it also quite worrisome how sad and destroyed he looked. In his early 60s, he seemed at least 10 years older, extremely thin, extremely pale, with deep wrinkles and large bags under his eyes, which sat deep within their sockets, protected by heavy eyelids. The tremendous suffering he had endured was clearly written into his furrowed facial expressions, which constantly seemed as though close to tears. Well, actually, the slight smile we see on the poster is the absolute exception. His smiles were very rare. During his reading tour through Germany, he had a few days off before the planned continuation in Mannheim, Heidelberg, Karlsruhe, the Frankfurt Book Fair, among other venues. He called my mother in Salzburg, asking her to reserve a room for him at the hotel she had always recommended to him for its luxurious rooms, the charming restaurant and perfect location in the center of town, directly on the banks of the river. The Österreichische Hof, since the year 2000 known as the Hotel Sacher. You may have guessed what happened next. It was in this hotel room, which my mother had reserved for him, that Jean Améry, born Hans Meyer in Vienna on October 31, 1912, took his life on October 16, 1978, with an overdose of sleeping pills, exactly 2 weeks before his 66th birthday. It is no coincidence, I believe, that Améry chose Salzburg for the last hours of his life. He had spent rather happy years as a child nearby in Bad Ischl, in the Salzkammergut, where he lived with his mother after the death of his father. My mother felt guilty in a certain way for what had happened in that hotel room of the Österreichische Hof, which of course she wasn't in the least to blame for, but still, the shock stayed with her throughout the rest of her life. It is my belief that even before the first truly negative reviews regarding Charles Bovary Landarzt came out, Améry sensed that a fear he had always had was now returning with a vengeance. The realization that he may have failed as a novelist, that he may be the hack writer, the failure he had long considered himself to be. From the start, Améry's hope was to be a literary writer, a Schriftsteller, a romancier. His literary hopes had been dashed once before, after his novel essay Le Feu oder Der Abbruch came out. A damning review by Germany's leading literary critic, Marcel Reich-Ranitzky, in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung under the title Schrecklich ist die Verführung zum Roman. What a terrible seduction it is to write a novel, had triggered a prolonged deep depression in Améry just weeks after his first failed suicide attempt in February 1974. Améry was no Schriftsteller, Reich-Ranitzky had written in his review, but merely a scribbler. At any rate, the literary critics of the time gave him the clear impression of failure. I have no proof for my assumption, but I do believe that Améry's close friend Fritz Radatz, the prolific literary critic, may have informed him that he did not think he had succeeded with Charles Bovary Country Doctor, and prepared him for the fact that he would be publishing a rather unfriendly review in Die Zeit in the days to come. I'm quoting, Améry does not prove to be a convincing narrator here, Radatz wrote. On the contrary, it is clearer than ever before that he does not master his great themes of senility and eros narratively. Even more than in earlier books, passages of lonely old age sexuality slip into his embarrassing, even tacky prose. Able editors should have talked him out of such scenes of ardent, panting yearning. One reacts with great reluctance to such literary impossibility, end quote. The review appeared 2 days after Améry's death. He must have felt that he had set out on a precarious, possibly faulty track when attacking Flaubert's greatest novel, facing the inevitability of renewed failure concerning his novel essay that had just come out a few weeks prior, certainly precipitated his demise. Of course, the one review by Radatz alone cannot have been the reason for Jean Améry's suicide. But if he had prior knowledge of it, as I suspect, that reality certainly didn't stop him from executing his well-prepared plan in the soft bed sheets of a beautifully furnished Salzburg hotel room. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful, lucid and very intense analysis and your private or your personal view on Jean Améry. I think there are quite a lot of questions right now. Mario Kessler to begin with.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I have to admit, your presentation knocked me almost down. Yeah? No,
it's not very nice
I'm sorry to say.
In a conference about Jean Améry to be so berating.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. And the reason is, I was 25, 26. I lived in the DDR, and I read, the book was not forbidden in the DDR. I read a collection of essays about the angry old men, die zornigen alten Männer, edited by Axel Ecgebrecht. Among the contributors were Osip Flechtheim, with work I'm particularly familiar because I wrote his biography, and also Wolfgang Abendroth, who shared a similar fate with Améry, because he also survived a torture under the Nazis from which he never ever recovered. Yeah, and Wolfgang Abendroth and Jean Améry, they had two complete opposite strategy to survive it. Améry wrote his moving essay about torture. Wolfgang Abendroth did particularly the opposite. He never wrote about it, and only after he died. Then his wife, whom I knew, she confessed that every night he was crying out. The nightmares came back. And also Abendroth tried to commit suicide. Unfortunately, he did not succeed and became one of the most important and forceful people of the post-war German left. My question is, do you have any idea, or did your parents, Robert Jungk and Ruth Tuschitsky, ever mentioned that Améry was befallen by kinds of nightmares? I cannot imagine.
Kinds of what?
Of nightmares. I cannot imagine to write an essay what he did about suicide, not to live under constant suffering. And the other question, which for which nobody of us has a real answer, is how to survive. Is there any way? Is there any way how to cope with this personal past? Améry failed. How to do it not to fail?
I'm not completely sure that I understood your question, though. You mean, did he have nightmares? I mean, apart from the fact that this is now many years ago that he has died and that my parents knew him or I knew him, how could he not have had nightmares every night? I mean, it's impossible. If he was a human being, of course. No question. Susan.
He does, in his wonderfully elegant way, make a remark, and I forget which essay this is now, about, thanks to the blessings of the chemical industry, I can sleep. So.
Well, probably in Hand an sich legen.
No, it's not in that. It's in one of the other ones. I wanted to propose something. Because we have quite deliberately scheduled 3 talks on Charles Bovary today, which I'm assuming will give 3 very different takes on the book. Unfortunately, the next talk is scheduled for Zoom because Jan-Philipp Reemtsma at the last minute couldn't be here. And so, I mean, I found your talk fascinating, by the way, and I look forward to hearing from James also.
I do too.
About the, sort of serendipity of the order in which one reads things.
Of course.
Because I have a very different take, and I've read Charles Bovary now 3 times, the last time just finished yesterday, and Madame Bovary, which I confess I never liked, largely because I don't like Emma. Now I'm not reading it in French, so possibly I'm missing the reasons why everybody thinks it's one of the great 19th century novels, but
I do, yeah.
Anyway, but
so you're proposing that we speak afterwards?
I'm wondering about that just because I'm worried. I mean, if people have very specific questions for you for another 5 minutes or so, you're shaking your head.
I hate to disagree, but we need a bit of a technical break anyway, so that would, I don't know whether Reemtsma is ready now, so I would say let's have 5 or 10 more minutes at least for the special questions, and we'll come back to this anyway. So it would make any sense to just have a break now because we...
No, I was also going to suggest 5-10 minutes, but not
so
more.
let's see if there are questions.
Just to have, I'm pretty sure that there are some questions, for example, for your own experience also with Améry, which wouldn't fit afterwards after Reemtsma's probably very different take. Anyway.
That is
Yeah, no, well, that's probably, yeah.
But are there any questions? That's the big question. Moshe.
Moshe Halbertal.
Well, thanks. This was such an exquisite and beautiful talk.
Thank you, Moshe.
Really is. I want to ask about suicide. You're presenting I don't know if an explanation, but a background. But it's the dependency of a person on a review, or on a reception, not a review, a reception, is possible only if he doesn't have any anchor out there. Because people who have been through that, who have gone through that, have somewhere to lean on, all right? Somewhere inside or outside to lean on. So that frailty is a function of a whole past, including, by the way, the need to be received, because he has a point when he speaks about in one of his essays, actually about being Jewish, he said, here's this author who said, how could this be done to a German author? And he says, you're not a German author if you don't have an audience, right? So there is a whole thing that we have to take into account. I mean, this is not by way of questioning.
No, it's a comment.
But it's you wonder. I mean, you feel so heartbroken by the dependency that brings you to such uttermost despair.
But in Améry's case, from what I understand, he wanted so much to be loved as a novelist, and it just never worked. And it must have been so frustrating for him. And I read somewhere, I think in the bad biography we spoke about yesterday, that the only reviews he remembered were the terrible ones. Daniel has never had a bad review, so he doesn't know about this. He doesn't know the feeling. Believe me, I'm not thinking of suicide, but a bad review goes very far into your body. It's like a projectile.
But we overcome it, or people overcome
Of course, of course.
by an anchor somewhere.
If we have our strong sense of ourselves and have not been tortured, we can deal with it. But he must have felt it like a torture to get these. I mean, this one, just the title of Reichenitsky's review. I mean, can you believe how you feel after that? Schrecklich ist die Versuchung, einen Roman zu schreiben.
Well, he was famous for that, yeah.
Thank you. I really resonated not only about Bob Jungk or Axel Eggebrecht, the angry old men, like Ossip Flechtheim and all these. So what do I do with my anger? Do I really make such a book? And what would this book look like today?
That's an interesting question, which is impossible to answer because we cannot read into the historical changes that would have happened in his life. I think it would be impossible. The publisher would not have taken it. Even his friend Michael Klett would have told him, Jean, I'm sorry, now in this new world, which I find in a way sad. I'm all for publishing it. But Michael Klett would say, I'm sorry, in this new world, we cannot publish a book like this. I mean, I've only quoted a few sentences that are of this horror, it's not possible today.
James Wood. Oh, sorry, Susan. Would you just to the point, or?
Well, it is. I mean, I would like to carry on this discussion when we've had all three discussions, but I really have to protest I would much rather read this book than anything of Thomas Bernhardt's. And I don't find, you talked about the prose being old-fashioned.
Completely.
Yeah, he's thinking himself into the 19th
Did you read it in German or in English?
In German. He's thinking himself into the 19th century.
Terrible style.
I think we should have this out later, but I just had to put in a word for the idea that I actually think it's an impressive book on third reading.
But
not the final chapter. The final chapter has bothered me this time, but yeah.
James Wood.
Less a question than a kind of a expression of outrage. And by the way, I know something about negative reviews, being not only someone who's given them, and I now I detest that side of me that used to review like that. But as a critic who's written a couple of ill-received novels, shall we say, the last one, the review in the Times of London, you have to understand a pun in English here on my name, Wood, was would that he were good. Yeah. Funny. I mean, funnier than, but once you've seen that, you think, okay, I don't need to read the review now. Anyway, my question, outrage question, is how can Raddatz actually have been his friend and written that review?
I didn't hear that.
How can, it was Raddatz for his name, yeah?
Raddatz, yes.
How could he have been a friend and actually written that review?
Very good question.
It's not compatible with any...
Very good, but Raddatz is a complicated personality. I'm not sure, Daniel, did you know him, Fritz Raddatz?
I never met him. He actually complains in his posthumously published diaries about the fact that I never called him. As someone who doesn't, like some then young novelist who publishes books, it's like, why isn't he calling me? So I only learned that posthumously from those diaries, and I was also very surprised reading those diaries.
Interesting.
That he never mentions books in his diaries. It's always about whom he goes to dinner with.
Yeah, he was a starfucker.
About his social life.
Total starfucker.
Yeah, but you would think someone whose life is actually who makes a living on reading books, that somehow that would seep into the diaries, but it doesn't. So, but I never met him. But he actually complains about me not having met him.
And I partook in, I think, his 40th birthday in Hamburg. I was 16, so we would have to look it up if it was his 40th, but I think it was. And I was, for the first time, really drunk. And we stayed at his house, my parents and I, overnight. And I will spare you the details. I'm not Améry and Charles Bovary. What happened in that night to me, it was horror. So for me, Raddatz is always linked to my first Vollrausch, to my first champagne. Complete drunkenness. Horrible. But that wasn't his fault. That was mine. No, but he was a weirdo, to say the least.
There is a form of resentment about not being an author himself, right?
Of course.
And I'm glad it's not a conference on Fritz J. Raddatz. But I would like for a final question to come back to his style, the Améry style you mentioned already. And in a way, I think Susan is right. He thinks to go back to the 19th century. On the other hand, I always had the impression that also in his other books, in his essays, that he sometimes has at least for a German reader of, say, our generation, it is something very narrow, very strange use of words sometimes say. I give you just one example, and that is he always writes Tortur, if he means Folter, which is for an English audience not
clearly understandable.
Torture,
yeah.
that is a normal word for it, but Tortur in German is very, very unusual. You wouldn't say that normally, and it's even a bit, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
as strong as you would say with Folter. And I always had the idea that, why, of course, he lived in Belgium and so on, and he had this French
True.
background. But I always had the impression that it might be some sort of trying to bring reality on a distance via language. And this old-fashioned style he sometimes
Yeah.
used is...
Although I found it interesting that his translator said that in Bovary he felt that it was so much less convincing, the style, compared to his other books. Not knowing all his other books, I have difficulties making that comparison.
So, as
So
you said,
we
we'll
have to,
this
but
discussion.
we can still speak about questions you may have later.
We'll have now a 25 minutes break. We need that for technical reasons. Because yeah, 12 or when?
So we can speak another 20 minutes. No.
35 geht's weiter, ja? Steht auf dem Programm. Reemtsma. And I think he's prepared for that.
Okay, sorry, I don't have my program. Okay.
We need a technical break to just connect to him.
But thank you very much.
Hallo Herr Reemtsma, hören Sie mich?
Ich höre Sie.
Ich kann Sie auch hören. Ich gebe Ihnen mal das Bild. Wir sind schon online.
Ja.
Ich muss die Kamera mal umschalten. Und noch in der Pause.
Ja.
So. Gut. Dann bringe ich... Okay. Sie hören mich gut?
Ich höre Sie gut, ja.
Okay. Wir haben noch 5 Minuten Pause. Um 12:30 Uhr geht's los. Und dann können Sie das Mikrofon nochmal ausschalten. Und ich mache das Standbild nochmal an.
Ja gut.
Okay, bis gleich. Susan, gehen Sie, an welches Mikrofon gehen Sie? Ja.
So, kannst du mich hören?
Ja, ich kann dich hören. Klebt mein Bild da oben an der Wand, wie im Kino, oder wie ist das?
Ja?
Ah ja.
Hast du was dagegen?
Nein, 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 ich weiß es nur immer gerne, wenn ich am Pult stehe, dann weiß ich, dass ich am Pult stehe. Hier, aha, jetzt sehe ich.
Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce remotely Jan-Philipp Reemtsma, author of many books, some of which you can see in the program, and until January, for many years, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Einstein Forum. Very sorry you couldn't be here in person because it's been quite a wonderful conference, but we're much looking forward to hearing you talk about Charles Bovary.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. I haven't listened to the lecture before. For some of you, it might sound as an answer, what I have to say, as an answer or counter lecture, but it isn't. My lecture was written some years ago, and from the lecture before, I read just the abstract. But reading the abstract, I thought, oh God, some could think this is a kind of an answer. Especially, it begins with on suicide. Because Charles Bovary, Landarzt, is the last book Jean Améry completed before his suicide, one can feel the temptation to read it as a kind of message, a sort of intellectual last will and testament. One shouldn't do that. One shouldn't do that because the idea of suicide as the end of someone's life can lead to the fantasy that there's a teleology in this life. Suicide can then be seen not only as the end, but as an end which somehow defines the life that preceded it. Even though a suicide is never an accident, even though it is, of course, a meaningful moment in life, it's just a moment and not the whole life itself. Suicide is the end, but not an end to which every moment in life is driven. To give the suicide a kind of defining power over life is superstition or presumptuous. The psychological inclination to feel repulsion turns into its opposite, seeing in the fact of suicide some aesthetic value or philosophical meaning, some kind of a message that explains the whole life. That the world in death does not change but ceases is a phrase from Wittgenstein used by Améry as a motto for Hand an sich legen. And one must add, suicide is a moment in life, in one respect, one of many moments in life, and no more important or meaningful than some other moments. Of course, we can look at someone's life in the light or the shadow of the end of that life, but we are not obliged to do so. I prefer to look at life, at the ensemble of all its moments, from birth to death, and there is no meaning beyond that. So whatever someone does before he commits suicide is just another part of his life. The suicide has meaning in itself, and we shouldn't reduce it to a prelude, even if we don't say a mere prelude. When it comes to the life of an individual, I'm on Ranke's side, not on Walter Benjamin's. Second chapter, a paradox. When you read a novel, it's good advice to read it as a kind. It's good advice not to read it as a kind of a message. If you do so, you mix up genres. A novel is a novel. A leading article is a leading article. Nevertheless, Charles Bovary, Landarzt, which should be read as Jean Améry wished, as a novel and not as a collection of essays with novelistic passages, contains a message, a paradoxical one. Améry writes that the method of his novel is the so-called inner monologue, interspersed with essayistic elements. The inner monologue Améry presents to us is spoken in the voice of Charles Bovary, sometimes in the voice of Flaubert gives to his figure, sometimes in the voice Améry gives to his Bovary. The essays are written in the voice of Jean Améry, and because Améry calls his novel a trial, you can take them to be spoken in the voice of an imaginary lawyer. Maybe you can call him Jean Améry. In the end, the trial is won, as Améry writes in the exposé of the novel. The way Améry Charles is as the accuser and Améry as his lawyer win this trial is to deny an author's license to deal with his figures at will. But what does it mean to be the creator of a novel, a short story play, if not to deal with whatever you have seated at will? They are what you want them to be. They act as you want them to act. You are God and more. A God can leave his creatures alone, an author can't. A critic might say you wrote a lousy novel. A critic may say the way you make the figures in your novel act is not plausible. This is what Améry says about Flaubert's Bovary. But he wouldn't say that you are not allowed to do so. But in a trial, the question of what is and what is not allowed is on stage. And the outcome of the trial, as Améry puts it, is that the way Flaubert deals with his Monsieur Bovary is not allowed. More precisely, even if Flaubert would have dealt with him in another way, for example, the way Jean Améry did, it wouldn't be allowed. This is a trial against every narrative license. To win a trial like this would be the end of literature. So in the end, the author Jean Améry is himself on trial. The voice of his Monsieur Bovary accuses him no less than it accuses Flaubert, and in the trial, the lawyer of Monsieur Bovary wins. He wins against the author Jean Améry. To stand by his client is an act of self-denial, or you can put it this way, to regain the freedom of his client against his evil creator, Flaubert, he has to neglect the arbitrariness of each and every author, including his own, which created the Charles Bovary, in whose name he takes Flaubert to court, and so on. To regain the freedom of his creation, he commits suicide as an author, as a creator, by demolishing the world of literature. Let there be no misunderstanding here. Charles Bovary Landarzt is not a suicide in effigy. It's just a paradox. Paradoxes are a problem. They are a problem in logic. Expressing your argument as paradoxes might be useful in clarifying things or as a way of irritating your readers. In theology and literature, paradoxes are the kind of thing you might play with if you like. So it might be important to follow Améry's lead and call Charles Bovary Landarzt a novel with essayistic passages and not the other way round. Next chapter, Sta Viator. This doesn't mean that we should abandon the question of what this paradox is all about. There's no obligation to cultivate a quietist attitude towards works of literature and take them as they come. Let us dwell on the idea of paradox for a minute. Very often, the paradox is kind of a violent way of escaping from intellectual deadlock. Or, to be more precise, it stands for the moment of colliding and breaking through. I think that Hegel's formulation of the ontological argument for the existence of God wouldn't have caused young Bertrand Russell's moment of illumination if it hadn't been the ongoing elaboration of the paradoxical idea that being and nothingness are identical. I remember the exact moment when I became a Hegelian, Russell wrote. I had gone to buy a tin of tobacco and was going with it along Trinity Lane when suddenly I threw it up in the air and exclaimed, "Great God and boots, the ontological argument is sound." This is similar to the method practiced in some varieties of Zen Buddhism of confusing one's students with strange dialogues or even beating them with a bat or reducing the traditional Freudian 50-minute therapeutic session to a second of verbal shock treatment by Jacques Lacan. If you want to apply these thoughts on Charles Bovary Landarzt, we should ask where the deadlock is. In the first chapter, Lamentation, we hear Charles Bovary's words of mourning. He mourns Emma's death, and this mourning has different facets. One of them we find in Flaubert's novel. Charles wants Emma to be buried in 3 coffins, oak, mahogany, and lead. This means a maximum preservation of the corpse. And he wants her to be buried in her wedding dress. Améry transforms this closeness of death and sexuality into the self-accusation and self-incrimination of the perversion of necrophilia and the fantasy of being publicly accused of this crime. Normally, there are biological and psychological limits to mourning a beloved person. Death annihilates physical attraction, time weakens libidinal bonds. Charles Bovary doesn't give in. He plays with the idea of necrophilia. He rejects the idea of mourning in a moderate way, in a way of life accepts society, in a way that life accepts, society accepts, that Homer would accept, guided by Abbé Bourdizian. Be patient, this wound is still bleeding. Bovary is locked into his inability to mourn, and he is locked into his obsessive preoccupation with self-accusations. Why was I to blame? What did I know about you? What did you know about me? Why couldn't I be the lover you needed? Why didn't I dare to be? The inscription on Emma's gravestone, which Homer invents, symbolizes the deadlock. Sta viator, stop traveler, amabilem conjugam calcas, don't trade upon a lovable wife. Stay, don't move. To try to revolt against the creator is a way of being locked in. This revolt is a refusal to transcend. To revolt this way is to accept one's fate, la fatalité. Next subchapter, L'idiot de Yonville. La fatalité. Charles said it more than once. The fate of Emma's suicide, the fate of her life with no other way out. The fate of Charles Bovary, who was, to borrow the words from Shakespeare's Gloucester, determined to prove himself a ridiculous person. He wasn't ridiculous because he chose to be ridiculous, of course, and Jean Améry accuses Flaubert that he invented him so that he had no choice. What Monsieur Bovary was, ridiculous, dull, passive, unattractive, to say the least, and nothing more? The answer could be yes, but only in respect to what Flaubert shows us. Améry, in the words of his Charles and his own, emphasizes that Flaubert tells us a country doctor, but never tells us a country doctor, but never shows us the country doctor at work. Wer seine Arbeit tut, ist nicht lächerlich. One who does his work is never ridiculous. What Flaubert shows us is a tired country doctor. Too tired forever. Flaubert wasn't fair. Madame Bovary was allowed to transcend das bürgerliche Maß, the limit of the middle class and middle class morals. Monsieur Bovary wasn't. Flaubert did not even make him feel that there was something devilly to be wished. Not even that. Flaubert's Bovary doesn't feel that something is missing. And thus, he can't transcend his world, not even in words, not even in futile fantasies. And because he hasn't the ability to transcend what he is, he cannot even choose what he is. He cannot say to himself that he has no choice or did not have one. Sartre would call this mauvaise foi. But Charles Bovary, as his nickname is acting below that level. His passiveness and imperturbability seem subhuman and improbable, Améry would add. But Flaubert made him so. So what can his creature do? Nothing. He, Flaubert's Bovary, can't even wish he was different. The deadlock. The creature has no way out of the creation. A totalitarian world created by the words of a great poet. Next subchapter, Améry's Flaubert. Jean Améry didn't want to argue with Sartre's book on Flaubert. L'idiot de la famille, Améry calls it one of the great works of literature and philosophy of the 20th century, an enormous mountain range in which you might get lost. That this work was not written for the working class while his author was distributing La Cause du Peuple at factory gates. Well, this objection was a little bit, I'm sorry to say, narrow-minded. But Sartre in the end, as well as earlier on, failed as a political intellectual who could deny that. That Idiot de la Famille is indeed one of the great philosophical works of the 20th century. No one should deny that. But this doesn't matter. Améry writes that Sartre wrote about his own Flaubert, and he, Améry, writes about his. Améry calls Sartre's book on Flaubert a novel, and does so in his own novel about Flaubert. Inside his novel about Flaubert's creature, Charles Bovary, his Charles Bovary, his own creature, as much as Jean Améry, the lawyer, creates a bourgeois créateur sans face, and worse. Was Flaubert's Madame Bovary a work of poetic realism? Yes, it was, but its author didn't mean it to be. Améry's Bovary accuses his creator Flaubert of violating the pact he had made with reality before he began writing Madame Bovary. This sounds strange, not only in the ears of those who adore Flaubert. If there was something like a pact, it was a pact with language, with the art of metaphor. And you might say that because Flaubert fulfilled this pact, he became Flaubert and not Victor Hugo. What kind of a pact with reality was it that Flaubert violated, as Améry's Charles says? Reality is not, Améry insists, what it is. It is what it is, and the ability of the human creature to transcend it. What was Flaubert's last novel? Bouvard et Pécuchet, the novel of two ridiculous men, funny, terribly funny, and full of heartlessness. It's not that Charles was what he was. and every figure in the novel is what it is, but that Flaubert didn't show us a human being who could be more than that. That, according to Jean Améry, was the violation of the pact he had made with reality. In showing us Emma Bovary, he did not violate the pact. In Emma, he fulfilled his pact with poetry and with himself as poet and an artist. And because of that, he fulfilled the poet's pact with reality. He spent all his artistic power on Emma. Charles is presented to us as an empty shell. Well, why not? But, Monsieur Flaubert, wasn't it worth using your eminent metaphorical power to present Charles Bovary when you decided to have him exist in the world you created? Wasn't it worthwhile at least to show your readers Charles' inability to transcend his state of being, the reality you forced him into, with one compassionate metaphor? It really wasn't worthwhile. I am not worthwhile, really? Améry's Bovary asks. But let us not forget that we are talking about Améry's Flaubert. Améry could have written about Flaubert in a different way. He didn't. He accuses Flaubert of being a bourgeois. That's not wrong. You are a bourgeois, Camus, I am one, what else could we be, wrote Jean-Paul Sartre in his brilliant and heartless letter to Albert Camus. Flaubert was a bourgeois, Sartre was one, Améry was one. Neither Flaubert nor Sartre nor Améry wrote for the working class. Flaubert despised the working class, Sartre and Améry didn't. Flaubert despised the bourgeoisie, Sartre and Améry did also, everyone in his own way. Flaubert despised the human race, Sartre and Flaubert didn't. Sartre did not despise his Flaubert, even though he admit that his Flaubert behaves ridiculously and is very often ridiculous as a human being and as an author. Améry despises his Flaubert, he despises him not as an author, but as a human being. Towards his Flaubert, Jean Améry is a heartless creator. Sartre wasn't one towards his Flaubert. Améry's Flaubert has no way out of the dead-end street Améry has built for him. The human being Flaubert, as the author Jean Améry creates him, is unable to transcend his state of being as a bourgeois. Not only that revolutions and all that stuff are nothing but noisy and ridiculous to him, the whole idea of enlightenment, philosophical and scientific, it is nothing but a bad joke for him. What is enlightenment? A self-induced way of humanity's infancy? No. It is nothing but Homère's idle chatter and the crippling of a poor man. That is not the truth, says Améry, and I agree, it is not the truth. But because it seems to be the truth of Flaubert's Madame Bovary, Améry and his Monsieur Bovary say to Améry's Flaubert j'accuse. And Améry's Charles adds, why did you give everything you had, and you being a good cosmos of literature had so much to give, to Emma and nothing to me? Of course, Emma deserved all the one you got, of course, Emma deserved all one God could give. I agree with that. My creator, Jean Améry, agrees with that. But what about me? Why did you create me as someone who could give Emma all I possibly could have given to her? Why didn't you create me as such person? All I could give as a lover. And if you let me tune in, I would add, what did you really give her? The power to transcend, yes. Insatiable desire. And what did you give her for satisfaction? What did you give her for satisfaction of her wishes? Rodolphe, Eleon, come on. And Jean Améry's Charles adds, I could have been a better lover. And my Charles would add, You didn't allow me to be one. That wasn't fair to me, and worse, not fair to Emma. Jean Améry loved Flaubert's Emma with the love of a jealous guy. Was Jean Améry's imaginary love affair with Flaubert's Emma his blind spot? He really didn't see the reality Flaubert gave to Emma and Charles. Was it really just the reality created by an incompassionate bourgeois author who despised all mankind but loved Emma? More, narcissistic love affair with his own creature? Emma Bovary said, moi, and who, you may say, what is Charles? Emma is everything, Charles nothing. Améry loved Emma, he did indeed, and because of that he did not see the reality of Flaubert's Monsieur Bovary, her husband. He really didn't. The reality of Charles that Améry describes, the reality of Charles that Améry's Flaubert is accused of having created, is the worst of all imaginable worlds. An den Grenzen des Geistes, Améry's essay about Auschwitz, he wrote that in Auschwitz language no longer had any metaphorical power. That meant the annihilation of the possibility of transcending. In Jean Améry's novel about his Charles Bovary, Flaubert's choice not to use his metaphorical power to describe him condemns Charles to be locked in a world that cannot be transcended, a total reality. But is that true? Something like that might be real true in reality, but in literature, not for moral reasons, but because of the inner reality of metaphor. Subchapter, Le Bourgeois Amoureux. Améry wants to give Charles something of the human reality withheld by Flaubert, the reality of love. Am I allowed to say of Jean Améry's love for Emma Bovary? To love, you have to have the power to transcend reality, and in loving, you transcend. All this may sound a little bit strange to you, like a kind of mystification, but Charles Bovary Landarts is a strange novel. It's full of paradoxical thoughts. It's a kind of a mask. Whose Bovary is speaking? Is Flaubert or just a fiction of Améry rivaling Sartre's Flaubert? It is a novel which seems to be quite easy and straightforward to read, but proves to be very intricate and quite often leads into dead ends. Charles Bovary Landarts is not only an intellectual design novel, it's a bundle or sometimes a helter-skelter collection of emotions that you have to get in contact with to understand. Charles Bovary reads the letters Emma has received from their lovers and kept. It is a shock, like reading the diaries of her adultery. Reading them, he is right in the middle of the action. His fantasies about Emma's body are transformed into the fantasies of the body he shared with two lovers and into the fantasy of a ménage à quatre. Améry's Charles accuses himself that not only of necrophilia, but of necrophilia shared with her former lovers, Sodom und Gomorrah in Normandy. Why this? In the end, it is desire, voluptuous desire, that counts, no matter how. Voluptuous desire and self-accusation. I did not live my life as I could have lived it. I didn't live with Emma as I should have. The unforgivable sin. I never shared the intensity of the kiss she shared with a glass of cordial. I didn't even share life with another woman, maybe with some neighbor's daughter, fresh and well-rounded. Forget Madame Dubuc, the dry widow. I lived the life of a solid country doctor, sorry, who is hungry and tired in the evening. I was not even an average bourgeois lover, not to mention a citoyen in love making. I could have been all that. I could have been the better lover, because I loved her, l'amant de l'amante. You want her body, you got it. You shall not covet my wife. I still want her body, still mine, because I gained her heart in the moment of death. You have a good heart. Is the death the final deadlock, Emma's death and Charles, la fatalité? It isn't for Jean Améry's Charles Bovary. He kills the lovers of his beloved one. With a gun? No, that isn't a proper country doctor's revenge. Poison, of course. The homeopathy of violence, the spear of Achilles which heals the wound? No, it doesn't. There's still place for a gruesome fantasy, intercourse with 3 poisoned corpses. I'm sorry, but these are the fantasies of the wounded Monsieur Bovary as his creator Jean Améry invents him and presents him to us. This strange fantasy is the deadlock Améry invents for his creature. The way of humankind, he lets him say, is from désir to plaisir. Désir, that's not only the human condition, it's the condition of every living being. The human way, the way of culture, is from désir to plaisir. Charles wasn't allowed to go this way. The bourgeois Charles wasn't. And let me add, Améry's adored Maximilien Robespierre didn't let him. Plaisir, the dream of the Ancien Regime. Is it necrophilia? A deadlock anyhow, you can't go back. They are in your way, the coffin and the guillotine. But is it really that spooky idea of an orgy in the underworld? Or is it a ménage à trois? Emma, Gustave, and Jean? Well, there is much jealousy and much ado in the works of literature, but between the works of literature, there's none. Monsieur Bovary. In Flaubert's Madame Bovary, Charles' death seems to be something that only happens. He just falls off his chair. Rejecting this kind of death from a broken heart, where no physical cause could be found, Améry's Bovary finds offensive. Was it a suicide? Was it a suicide then? Was it a way out of the dead-end street, through the wall, into freedom? I don't read the novel this way. Améry's Charles Bovary is not a revolt against Flaubert's Emma Bovary. His Charles J'accuse is not the last word of his Charles. After the storm, there's quietness. Charles didn't kill Emma's lovers, he let them go, and Améry lets Flaubert go. Of course, the fictional citoyen Jean Améry is right with respect to the bourgeois, Monsieur Flaubert, but he doesn't attack Flaubert's genius, and he doesn't want to. Monsieur Bovary wasn't ridiculous, and Charles Bovary wasn't either. Of course, someone doing his work isn't ridiculous, but neither was he before he reached a working age. Sartre calls it a Marxist misunderstanding that people become human beings when they earn the first money and are tabula rasa before that. Madame Bovary, c'est moi, was this quotation just a misunderstanding? When Thomas Mann visited Lübeck, he was often asked which figure in his novel represented which individual in reality. His answer to that question was that in the end, he himself represented every figure in the Buddenbrooks and could have said, Lübeck, c'est moi. We know that the first scene of Flaubert's novel, the Charbovary, makes a fool of himself while entering the new classroom and afterwards has to write down the words ridiculus sum ridiculus eram, is a portrait of Gustave Flaubert himself. And the horror of the collège is still in Flaubert's mind when he writes the first sentences of Emma Bovary. The scene is split into the one who has to bear this, Jean Améry, and the fictional classmate named Gustave Flaubert, through whose eyes and memory this is presented to the reader, and then to the author Gustave Flaubert, who writes it all down, including the ridiculous eram in the past tense, as the teacher demands. Emma Bovary is kind of a double portrait of his author's emotions towards the world. Sartre emphasizes that Flaubert's character was thrown helter-skelter between passiveness and exaltation. The absence of more metaphorical energy in describing Jean Améry is in itself the absence from the world, just as the metaphorical energy in the portrait of Emma is her and his author's insatiable desire. The famous quotation should be read as Madame Bovary in quotation marks, similar, meaning the whole novel, namely Emma and Charles. And the title of the novel could have been Monsieur Bovary as well. Don't tell me that Jean Améry didn't read Emma Bovary this way. His Charles Bovary walks hand in hand with Flaubert's Emma Bovary. No jealousy between books. The paradox of a literary figure who is protesting, that is what it only can be, isn't a paradox in literature, it's literature. Charles Bovary's trial has been won long ago. You have a good heart, is what he hears from the mouth of the beloved dying woman, and he dies in the face of a world which just shows to us, I quote from Sartre's book on Flaubert, its blank vanity compared with the immeasurable dreaming foolishness of Charles Bovary, of this child who was honored when he was a man with the unique glory of dying of love. Charles died of love. Jean Améry sacrifices the whole world of literature to love. Two really mad affairs, you may say. But in the end, there are two novels about love and what love can be, strange, dangerous, and devoutly to be wished. What reality can't give us, or we really can't give to ourselves in reality, literature can. You cannot destroy literature and a work of literature. The paradox is a breakthrough. The continua via Viator on Charles' grave is not the transformation of Emma's lesma. It's not a gesture of turning away, not the helpless stop in the dead-end street. A breakthrough, sta viator et continua viam. Don't step on the grave, but don't stop there. Continua viam, the path is open. Open to the rendezvous at Oudenarde, the next book of Jean Améry, unwritten. There it is true what Jean Améry says, Hans Castorp is more real than some uncle of mine. On the way to the fictional Oudenarde, we know from his notes, the protagonist, Van der Leyden, betrays his dead wife. She has a date with him in Oudenarde with a fascinating woman. Call me Emma, she says. A love affair, wild and lugubre. And he meets the loving couple Effie and Werther, two dead adulterers again. Well, I've been reading Effie once more lately. Could have been happy with her says Samuel Beckett's Crab on his last tape. Thank you.
Very much. And I think particularly for bringing out something that, after we had this very devastating critique of Charles Bovary from Peter Jungk, something that reminds me of why I actually prefer Charles Bovary to Madame Bovary. It is about love. And the love, I think, doesn't come across not only, Charles' love for her in Flaubert's book, but her love for anything. We talked a little bit about those of us who find her such an unattractive character that we have a hard time reading Madame Bovary. But you're absolutely right. Jean Améry is in love with her. And he makes us feel why someone, whether it's Rodolphe or Léon or Charles, could fall passionately in love with her. Then Daniel Kehlmann was trying to convince us that, it was a breathtaking achievement for its time, and it's not about characters, it's about style. Just trying to repeat some of the conversation we had, not in the last session, but between sessions. And I was very struck by Moshe Halbertal saying, but Flaubert is condescending towards all of his characters, not just to Charles Bovary, which of course Peter denies that he's condescending to Charles, but I think there's something deeply in that. I don't know, since you obviously, and you've read the Sartre, which I have not, I don't know whether that's an objection that bothers you about Flaubert, or whether you have an answer to it.
Could you repeat that? What,
so the crux,
the objection.
Yeah, the crux of the objection is Flaubert was condescending towards all of his characters, not just Charles, as Améry claims and Peter Jungk denied, but he's condescending towards Emma, he's condescending towards Homais. One can think there's a point to making Homais into a caricature, but as Moshe put it succinctly, Flaubert's a snob. He's condescending towards everyone. At which point Daniel pointed out, but it's not about the characters; it's about style, and that's what we should be paying attention to. So I wonder if you have a thought about that.
I understand people who say, to love a novel, I have to love more or less not every person in this novel, but main person in this novel. If I choose on, too much work for me to spend so much time.
We're just fiddling right now with the technology.
Yeah, I hear my echo. It's a little bit irritating.
That sounds a little better. Gur, how's it?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, maybe a little bit louder too. Try again. John Philipp.
Okay. I hear myself. I hear the echo. I try to not to hear. I accept that it is much easier to read a novel if you love the main persons or you have the opportunity to do it. There is always a self-identification with the main characters. It is, if you don't like this identification of time, you have a hard time in reading. But I never could like Hans Castorp, and even though I read the Zauberberg, and I never loved Adrian Leverkühn, and I read Dr. Faustus, and so on and so on and so on. So it works. That Jean Améry loved Emma Bovary, and he really loved her more than just identification with the main character. It's interesting, and if you read Charles Bovary, you on the page number whatever, you say, come on, you're really in love, you're really in love with a person of fiction, and do I read it correctly that these are not the projected fantasy of Charles Bovary, but your own fantasies? Then you have sex with her in a grave? And I have to admit, yes, that's what Jean Améry tells me. Whatever. I don't know why, but what I don't know why Flaubert writes Charles Bovary, and I don't know why Thomas Mann writes a Zauberberg. That's it. It happens. It happens, and if it's good literature, I read it and I enjoy it. And I enjoyed Charles Bovary, Landarzt, because it's so strange. Because it's so strange. And when I would read it again sometime, I will find out more about what the author might have made tick and how the way he constructed this novel. I don't think that this novel is, as I read in the abstract of the lecture you have heard before, that this novel is flawful. I think that flawful isn't a word that you can use when you talk about literature. You can say it's disgusting, you can say I don't understand or I don't accept the construction of the novel, and so on and so on. But flawful, okay, we all know to write abstracts, it's a hard business, and I hated to do it. So maybe I often used words which are not appropriate. But flawful, whatever you mean with flawful, Charles Bovary, Landarzt isn't a flawful novel. It's an interesting novel, and it's a very complicated novel, and it's a novel worthwhile talking about it.
Entirely agree with you. I think it's too strange to be called flawed in an ordinary way. But without asking Peter to repeat his whole talk, I wonder if you'd like to respond. I mean, the other point that you made at the very beginning, and I like the idea that when we read someone's life through the prism of their suicide, we're reading it with a teleology that may be wrong, and that Améry specifically argued against in Hand an sich legen. But Peter, would you like to respond?
Not necessarily. I think
Wait. You wait for the mic, please.
Not really. I'm of the. Maybe it's an arrogant answer that I'm giving, but I think I made my point, and I don't want to add to it. I think all my arguments were there. I'm sorry that Mr. Reemtsma didn't hear it, because then he would perhaps speak differently. But this is my position, and I don't want to add anything.
Yes, back there.
Mr. Reemtsma, you said, quote, he cannot transcend what he is, so he cannot choose what he is. Could you explain a bit more to me, what does it mean, the ability to transcend? Maybe, can you explain a bit more to me, what does it mean?
The idea Jean Améry takes from the work of Jean-Paul Sartre, but maybe doesn't need to take this idea from someone else. The idea is that every person is not just what he or she is, but also what he or she could be. And in a normal life, what someone could be is not permanently in his or her mind, but in his or her wishes, fantasies, dreams. There's always a second reality or parts of second reality which isn't identical with the life you live. And to transcend your life means to think about your possibilities. And Charles Bovary, as Gustave Flaubert creates him, so Jean Améry says, is someone who doesn't even feel that he can't be more than he is. And Jean Améry says, this is wrong to every person, every living human being, and in retrospect to every human being who has lived. And especially, it's unfair to Charles Bovary, to the lover of Madame Bovary, who not only can feel what kind of a lover he could have been to her, and then we come over from Charles Bovary to Jean Améry, from Améry's love to Emma Bovary.
Thank you. Dominic.
Hello, thanks a lot for your talk. This may be a simplistic reading, and please object if you find it simplistic, but one of the problems I had with Charles Bovary is that it seemed like Améry took it way too personally. There's a kind of outrage that led him to forget that it was first and foremost literature. It almost reminded me in certain moments of some of the responses you see from Jordan Peterson and men's rights organizations who are outraged when they see men being treated poorly in cinema or novels or something like that, and feel like that's not literature, but it's a political statement, first and foremost. I mean, what I wished that Améry had done was, instead of the outrage, had channeled it all into a totally different book. Maybe nothing about Bovary at all, but a book in which he would have been able to kind of give that richer interpretation that he was missing in Bovary in his own creative writing. And as it stands now, I feel like some of the outrage he had at the impotence of Charles Bovary in Flaubert's representation of him has to speak somehow about his own impotence as a man in that moment, his own outrage, his own inability to combine passion in virtue, because it was a sort of a case of doth protest too much for me. But that's...
I fully agree, but it's a novel. if Jean Améry would have written an essay, would have been right, and what Jordan Peterson says to politically correct objections against some films and so on, would be right. But it isn't. But it isn't an essay. It is a novel, and the essay passages in this novel are part of the novel, not the other way around. And that means that all the fury of Jean Améry is somehow, should I say hedged, or should I say transformed into the power of a novel which creates paradoxes out of this, which would have been an essayistic mistake. That's why I so often speak about paradox. And I speak about that literature can't criticize literature as being literature. It's just in a dialogue. It's just adding one novel to the other. And we can't, if Jean Améry isn't allowed to criticize Flaubert's Emma Bovary with this dull and petit bourgeois arguments, then we are not allowed to do this with his novel, because it's a novel, not because it's Améry or something like that. We have to take it as it is. And it's not the fury of an essay, of a man who writes essays and forgets that he's talking about literature, but it's an author who writes, again, another novel. Ich höre nichts.
I'm somewhat in the middle between the two of you, because I do agree that it's a novel, and should be read as such with essayistic interventions. But I also agree with Dominic, although the idea of a comparison with Jordan Peterson is extremely problematic, but it is a political novel. That, for me, doesn't spoil a novel. I mean, there are many novels that have sort of clear political axes to grind or points to make, and if they're good literature, I don't think they're, I don't think having a clear political impetus undermines the literary quality of a book. But this is a very political novel, right?
Well, I don't think so. I don't see the politics in it. Just in the few sentences about a man who does his work isn't ridiculous.
Sentences. I just reread the novel this week, so I've read it now for the third time. It's all over the book about the principles of 1789. I mean, it's worth remembering that this is a moment in time when in Améry's essays, he's attacking Foucault terribly. He's attacking Adorno. He's attacking all the figures who he, rightly, in my view, takes to belong to the counter-Enlightenment. And so I see it as a book that was written, I mean, you're right to say who knows why somebody writes a novel and who they identify with of their characters and what all goes into the mix. It's always complicated, and it usually, I think, has more than, I mean, writing a novel usually has more than one cause. But certainly one of them is to defend the Enlightenment against what he sees as a growing and dangerous counter-Enlightenment. And
His essays, yes, of course. His essays, yes, of course. But what the hell is all this sex in graves and killing his fictional rivals and so on and so on? What this has to do with defending Enlightenment?
As you were explaining before to the woman I don't know who asked the question about transcendence, you know, the Sartrean idea, which is an Enlightenment idea, is that every single human being has more possibility than they usually realize. But that's a revolutionary claim. I mean, it certainly was revolutionary in the 18th century. And it's tied to the ideas of Enlightenment, that everyone has, ought to be granted more possibility. In the case of Charles Bovary, should have been granted the dignity of a grand passion. If the passion, when the passion turns into, you know, fantasies about necrophilia and killing your wife's lovers, you know, that's, I think it's real, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly one possibility, but he's allowing him a kind of full imaginative life that you can't imagine if you're simply reading Madame Bovary. And, you know, rereading it this week made me aware of just how often he makes that point with reference to the French Revolution and to the Enlightenment.
Okay, if you widen the concept of Enlightenment that way, which includes the idea of the individual, which comes a little bit later on in the 19th century with Kierkegaard, then, okay, then I agree. I don't think that this is 18th century. The thinking
So,
of,
and,
but
you know,
it's, I think it isn't worthwhile debating that.
okay. But I would argue that whatever you get in the 19th century along the lines of, we had a very interesting talk yesterday by Moshe Halbertal on the importance for Améry of the Enlightenment concept of the human, and the way in which a concept of the human is itself an achievement in a world that used to see itself as a collection of tribes and us and them, so that even to get a concept of the human is an Enlightenment achievement. You can talk about its being implicit earlier and, you know, other traditions. So if implicit in the conception of the human is, again, the Sartrean idea of human possibility, I would say, and again, only because Améry in the novel goes over it again and again, is very much connected with the classic principles of the French Enlightenment. So, yeah, 18th, a little bit of the 19th, but I do see it as a political novel. Okay, we're not going to solve this now. Does anybody else want to comment or ask a question?
I would like to read my predecessor's talk, if possible. He said that maybe that he could have had convinced me that I was wrong, and this is always interesting.
Thank you. Peter, do you have a copy that you can give to me, and I'll forward it to you? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you know, if you have time, I'm really looking for, we're going to right now listen to James Wood's take on both Flaubert and Charles Bovary. And of course, if you have the time, you're welcome to listen in. I hope you do.
Okay, if I just, what have I to do? Just stay on the screen?
Switch off your video and then you'll see James.
Okay.
Well, we need a 5-minute break because there's a logistical matter I have to take care of for this evening. But somebody was asking for 5 minutes.
Goodbye.
I know the problem that normally there are no 5-minute breaks. They always turn into 20. So really 5 minutes. conference. Very happy to welcome again James Wood, writer and literary critic and member of the Einstein Forum Board of Advisors, which is always the point that we're happiest to mention here. Thank you, James.
Pleasure, thank you. So just to say, there's a handout going around which is two things. So you should get something that's marked A, which is attached to A is attached to B, and then there'll be a second one which is C, and that's just a bit of English and a bit of French from Flaubert's novel.
Just a sec, sorry.
Oh, just take your time. Oh no. So I hope everyone has a yeah. So there's A and there's A is attached to B, and then there's a second one which is C. And I think we'll read A and B, probably not C. So a few years ago, I was sitting next to someone at a slightly boring academic dinner, and it was someone from the sort of social sciences and / sciences, and he said with some irritation to me, he said, you humanists, I don't understand why you humanists always try to complicate things. Why do you always say, we will complicate this idea? In the sciences, we simplify. And I thought, well, it's complicated, so we won't go into it. But I'm going to irritate that person sitting next to me, because I'm going to attack Améry and defend Flaubert, and then defend Améry and attack Flaubert. And that seems absolutely right. So Steven Pinker can go and, yeah, there you go. Améry's book, through a combination, as we've heard this morning, of fiction and essay, argues that Charles Bovary, the country doctor or officier de santé, is a caricatured imbecile, a victim of Flaubert's obsessive idée fixe, his hatred of the foolish bourgeois. Poor Charles never has a chance. He idiotically encourages his beautiful wife to have her first adulterous affair by suggesting that she go riding with the aristocrat Rodolphe. He is idiotically oblivious to her second affair, as she goes off every week to Rouen for her phony piano lessons with Mademoiselle Lempereur, when she's really having sex in a hotel room with the young clerk, Léon. Améry asks the question that occurs to any commonsensical reader. Is this for real? Does it seem credible? Does it seem realistic that Charles never suspects what the whole small town of Yonville suspects? When Rodolphe goes away and Emma falls sick, in reality, you'll remember, he's dumped her and she's had a nervous breakdown. He never suspects anything. When Charles bumps into Mademoiselle Lempereur in Rouen and is told by the piano teacher, I've never given any lessons to Emma Bovary, he goes home, as anyone would, challenges his wife, and is satisfied with her answer, which is, there must be a second Mademoiselle Lempereur in Rouen. No wonder at the end of the novel, when Rodolphe comes to commiserate with Charles, the aristocrat thinks the cuckolded husband is a bit of a feeble fool, a pitiful human being. Against this Charles Bovary, the boy whom everyone at school teased, the boy who wore a silly hat and was told to write out 20 times ridiculous sum, the man who was a clumsy husband, a mediocre doctor who conspired with Homais, the foolish pharmacist, to mend the limp of Hippolyte and ended up giving Hippolyte a prosthetic leg. The man about whom, when Emma gets pregnant, Flaubert delivers this immortal line: l'idée d'avoir engendré le délecté. Literally, the idea of having engendered delighted him. The idea of having impregnated her delighted him. And it's almost the only difference I have with Peter's marvelous talk this morning, which was so moving. I do think that, we'll come to this in a minute, but I do think that Flaubert cruelly mocks Charles Bovary. All you have to do is read the sentences that follow that first sentence. The idea of having impregnated her was delightful to him. And then it's followed by this: now he knew everything. He knew human life from end to end. And he sat with both elbows on the table, calm and unperturbed. Against this poor creature, Jean Améry uses fiction and essay to mount an eloquent defense. Jean Améry's Latin version is Charles Bovary numquam ridiculus erat. Charles Bovary was never ridiculous. There's nothing inherently ridiculous, says Améry, about a bourgeois country doctor, and provides this quote in fiction mode: I was always prudent with my recommendations. I was afraid my patients might die on me. I gave soothing tinctures and drops, valerian in particular. That was judicious and no cause for disdain, close quote. Flaubert's insane prejudice against bourgeois mediocrity and bourgeois cliché, remember the description of Charles's conversation, a brilliantly funny one, as being flat like a pavement, flat like a sidewalk, over which everyone's second-hand thoughts walk every day. Charles Bovary's, Flaubert closes off Charles Bovary's reality and proves Flaubert not just less than a great realist, says Jean Améry, but perhaps not much of a realist at all. Améry says, he makes no effort to see his characters in their individuality or pay attention to their social affiliations. Flaubert's scorching irony, so different from Thomas Mann's gentle, humane irony, ridicules Charles Bovary. And there is, says Améry, an anti-Enlightenment thrust in this. In this and in his hatred of Homais. Flaubert became, says Améry, a forefather of the 19th and 20th century anti-Enlightenment. So, what's going on here? There's been excellent discussion this morning, and I really don't want to elaborate it. I'll be very quick. I'm really just repeating what people said this morning. We can see this, I think, as part of an ongoing episode in Améry's writing about torture. Flaubert, he writes, denies Charles Bovary existential liberty, denies him legitimacy as a bourgeois subject, the author as torturer who empties out his character. It's also, surely, as Susan is right to say, a defense of the Enlightenment against those who would attack it. You denied me the opportunities inscribed in the Principles of 1789, says Améry's fictional Charles Bovary. Flaubert, in this reading, is an oppressor of liberty, the authorial Hitler whom Adorno and Horkheimer attack as the embodiment of Enlightenment zeal gone mad, ironically enough. More problematically, we can also see this as a full-throated defense of the real, the legitimacy of the real and of the moral power of realism, the literary genre that represents and discloses the real. Against those deniers of the real and realism that Améry talks about in his essay, Enlightenment as Philosophia Perennis, and he describes essentially French theory and the Nouveau Roman as Parisian chic. So it's worth just taking a second to remind ourselves of the kind of thing that, that Jean Améry has in mind when he's defending Charles Bovary against Parisian chic. One of Roland Barthes' most famous essays is his essay about realism in Flaubert, realism generally, called The Effect of the Real. And Roland Barthes is particularly interested in how realism uses detail. He takes an example not from Madame Bovary, but from Flaubert's late story, A Simple Heart, and says, when Flaubert describes, so this will be very familiar to some of you, when Flaubert describes a room and says it had a piano, under the piano there were some boxes, and on the wall there was a barometer. Well, he says that's the kind of thing realism likes to do. And then he says, how do these details function? Well, the piano is the kind of thing that a bourgeois household of the time has in it. The boxes underneath the piano, well, she's just moved, there's a turmoil going on. But what about the barometer, says Roland Barthes? That's just the kind of thing, he says, that realism does. It's not real. It's not pointing or referring to anything. It's realism simply saying, this is what realism does. But we have been seduced, essentially, says Roland Barthes, by the existence of the wonderfully insignificant surplus detail, to believe that reality is made up of such details. Not at all, says Roland Barthes. Realism isn't realism, it simply announces this is the kind of thing realism does. So that's what we're dealing with. And I think we know this. We know Améry has certainly Roland Barthes in his sights, because he writes elsewhere that he loved and identified Emma, and all that evaporated, he said, when Flaubert's language fell prey to structural analysis, and Monsieur Flaubert himself was placed under the magnifying glass, and he turned out to be a Philistine-hating Philistine. To engage with empathy and compassion was revealed, Améry wrote, to be a retrograde misunderstanding of literature. So the kind of thing, when students say now, I don't like this character, or this character is incredible, the professor sort of teacher quietly, condescendingly says, but we don't deal with characters as human beings, of course, they're mere collections of words. I wish Améry had not fought his battle so squarely on the ground of realism. One definition of realism might just be, this is how the world is. Another, more aesthetic and literary, would be, realism is the reality that the novel makes. By definition, then, there are many kinds of realism, aesthetically speaking. There are, in fact, only realisms. And Améry is powerful, I think, when talking about my first definition, and weak when talking about my second definition, the reality that a novel makes. Let's have a look at those weaknesses for a minute. First, as Peter said very eloquently this morning, and here I disagree a little bit with Jan Philipp too, I don't really think it is a novel. It's an essay with some fictional bits, or it's some fictional bits with essay bits. First, as Peter said, Améry's own fictionalizing is novelistically a bit feeble. His own Charles Bovary, who speaks up for himself in 3 sections, does grow more rebellious as the book advances. By the end, he's fantasizing about poisoning Rodolphe and Léon and making love to Emma's corpse. But sentence by sentence, he's a bland, lifeless creation. Améry at one moment calls Flaubert a man without reality. But it's Améry's fictional Charles Bovary who's a man without reality. An atmosphere not helped by Améry's tendency to take some of Flaubert's funniest and most pungent sentences and rewrite them. For instance, the sentence I just quoted, I was always prudent with my recommendations. I was afraid my patients might die on me. I gave soothing tinctures and drops, valerian in particular. That was judicious and no cause for disdain. There's a dull, ghostly version of Flaubert's original, which is characteristically sharp and funny. It has to be again and again said what a funny book, satirical book this is. This is the original, which is extremely humorous. Very wary of killing his patients, Charles indeed rarely prescribed anything but sedatives, an emetic now and then, a foot bath, or leeches. That's funny. His reputation rests on the fact that he does nothing as a doctor. He just waits. So we might morally prefer Jean Améry's version, but you couldn't say that Flaubert's is less real. Flaubert's is the more real version, surely. If Flaubert's nihilism burns and scorches everything in its way, then Améry's generosity feebly forgives everything in its path, with curiously the same effect. For instance, in Flaubert's novel, this is part of its cynicism, medicine and theology fight each other and cancel each other out. That's quite obvious. Homais, the pharmacist, yells at the Abbé Bournisien, and both are ridiculous. Indeed, there's a wonderful bit of choreography, very cynical choreography at the end of the novel, you might remember, over Emma's deathbed. The priest is sprinkling holy water, and the doctor is sprinkling chlorine. So we have this dance of the two liquids cancelling each other out, both equally nonsensical. We are not supposed to want to choose Homais, who calls himself a man of the principles of 1789. Here again, I think Améry, interestingly, makes a little... I checked this, because I thought he has his fictional Homais lists people he likes from the Enlightenment, Voltaire, and then mentions Condorcet. And I thought, I don't think Homais would have mentioned Condorcet. He doesn't. He mentions Voltaire and the principles of the 1789. We're not supposed to choose Homais over the reactionary nonsense of the local priest. We're supposed to dislike both of them, or at least find both of them ridiculous and amusing. But I'm not sure that Améry's Charles is much of an improvement on this. Améry's Charles, who says that, quote, I appreciated both the abbé's discourses and Homais' long speeches. My head was no match for these subtleties. I could take no side in the squabble between divine revelation and the undying principles of 1789. It's exactly the same effect of the generosity is simply to cancel out each side, although it's done benevolently rather than cynically. Isn't it an odd thing also to make a case for realism, as Améry does, by arguing with the reality, with the fact of a canonical novel? If the world is what it is, if the world is everything that is the case, then a large part of that world now is Flaubert's novel, Madame Bovary. It's part of our reality, whether we approve of Flaubert's treatment of the good doctor or not. Yes, it's a strange thing to quarrel with Flaubert's reality. The great survivor who didn't look away from his own torture looks at Flaubert's torture of his subject and says, this should never have happened. This should be undone. This is perhaps the moment to examine very briefly what Améry defines as the real and realism, and to defend, or partly defend, Flaubert's version of it. Améry defines the real as, quote, the common sense equilibrium established by everyday language, the limits of which mark the limits of the everyday world. So I think he means by that, reality is the thing we could describe in ordinary language. The real is a kind of compact between the world and the word. What theorists used to say, a compact between signifier and signified. But Flaubert, says Améry, proves himself less than a realist because he was too in love with words. Early on in his life, writes Améry, Flaubert abandoned the world to penetrate the sinister domain of words, where objects no longer have value, because objective reality, being a social affair, belonged to the hated, cliched, foolish bourgeois world, and Flaubert couldn't bear to look at this. What is realism, according to Améry? Realism, he says, is something more than Flaubert's examination of Emma's psychology, something more than his beautiful style. The great realist should know everything about his characters, but, quote, also the social system of relations inside which they act. This is the political edge, I think, to the book. Flaubert, he writes, may have created an incomparable linguistic reality, but did he create, quote, a tactile, visible, olfactory, gustatory, and auditory reality, close quotes. The reality of the word, continues Améry, of the word, is not the mirror of the reality of the world. Flaubert, says Améry, was a great realist when he described the agricultural fair, and we know that Flaubert visited fairs and took notes heavily on this. He was a great realist when he describes a provincial agricultural fair. He was a great realist when he described Emma's suicidal thoughts. He was a great realist when he described the carriage that she and Léon get into in Rouen. Some of you will remember that scene. It's very scandalous. It's clear that when they get into the carriage, they're going to have, it's a covered carriage. The carriage is basically being told, the horseman is being told just to drive around for 2 hours. It's quite clear that they're going to have sex inside the carriage. It's a brilliantly described, very funny scene. And some of you also will remember that Emma is a little hesitant and is finally persuaded by Léon when he says, "It's what they do in Paris." It's fantastic stuff. Anyway, all these times, says Améry, this is where it gets mysterious, right? He starts, it's very hard to pick and choose in a novel, right? He says, these times, Flaubert is a great realist. But he was a great realist when he describes Emma's father at his daughter's wedding, thinking of his own wedding years earlier. I agree, it's a beautiful passage, actually, and missing his dead wife. These, he says, are represented in colloquial language. But Flaubert was not a realist, says Améry, when he suppressed the reality of Charles Bovary. He was not a realist when Charles Bovary just rolls over and accepts every lie of his adulterous wife. He was not a realist when Charles goes to Rouen and never sees the factory chimneys. That too is the political dimension, sort of almost Lukács-like of Améry's charge against Flaubert. But while I'm defending Flaubert, I must note that Améry surely gives too little credit to the reality of the word, to language's power to create the real, and above all to the power of detail to stand in, metonymically, for a larger world. How striking it is that the very novelistic element, most powerful and prevalent in Flaubert, detail, is the component of realism Améry pays no attention to. It's the thing that you can't miss when you read Flaubert, whether you like him or hate him. Paul Valéry really disliked Flaubert and says in one of his lines somewhere, "That's the problem with Flaubert, always another detail." It clearly torments Roland Barthes so much that he writes about realism as detail, as fake detail. The fakeness of realism is the fakeness of detail, essentially, says Roland Barthes. That's not mentioned. It doesn't appear as part of what Flaubert is up to as a novelist in Améry's book. It's very peculiar. But think of the extraordinary and beautiful details on every page of Flaubert's text. Many are funny, and all are eloquent. I'm just going to do a very quick list. There's a river in Rouen right at the beginning of the novel, and Flaubert says that this river made Rouen a kind of miserable little Venice. Charles and Emma's wedding. Fantastic description of the guests arriving. One detail that always sticks in my mind is that some of the men have huge diagonal gashes on their cheeks because they rose at 5 in the morning and couldn't see well enough to shave. At the same wedding, a guest, a fishmonger who brings a pair of soles. I need the German word for soles.
We decided that last
Schola, thank you. It's not soles of the feet. But, so this guest, this fishmonger, brings 2 fishes to the wedding as his wedding present. The fiddler at the wedding, the violinist who was leading the procession, quote, "When he noticed that everyone was far behind him, he would stop to draw breath, slowly rosin his bow to give the strings a sharper sound, and then would set off again, wagging the neck of his violin down, up, the better to mark out the rhythm for himself. From far away, the sound of the music scattered the little birds." More funny, Charles's office, the volumes of the Dictionnaire des Sciences Médicales, uncut, with their bindings damaged from being bought and sold so frequently. The bailiff's clerk on his way down the street, head uncovered and wearing slippers, stops in the middle of the street because he hears piano music coming from the Bovary house. It's Emma playing the piano. He would stop and listen, head uncovered, wearing slippers with a sheet of paper in his hand. The marvelous episodes at the ball at La Vaubyessard. Emma and Charles are invited to a grand ball well above their station. She gets to dance with aristocrats. And there's a fabulous thing where suddenly she looks through the window and she sees the peasants with their faces stuck against the window, looking in from outside. The return from the ball. They get home. Charles rubs his hands together. We know it's going to be awful. He rubs his hands together and says, "It's good to be home." This has been a magnificent dream for Emma. The worst thing that the husband could say at this point is, "It's good to be home." He brings with him a couple of cigars that he's picked up at the party, and he starts to smoke one. And Emma says, "You don't smoke. You've never smoked before." He says, "I do now." And then the description of how he smokes is that he flinches at every puff. And in that same scene, by the way, I know this novel because I've taught it many times, so I don't want to bore you with it, but I do love it dearly, as well as rather hate it. That'll come in a minute. But in that same scene, and this seems psychologically very true, I agree with Daniel that the novel is not really about creating characters in this sense. But it's psychologically true. She comes home, she's disappointed, she gets angry with the servant who is late with the dinner. The servant talks back to her and is dismissed. And that's all because she's angry really with her husband. Of course she shouldn't have dismissed the servant. She should be able to temper her upset, but she's disappointed. Later, of course, in a famous detail, she will take out the satin slippers that she wore at the ball and feel them, touch them in her hand, particularly the yellowed sole of the satin, yellowed with the beeswax from the floor. Léon, already attracted to Emma at the first meeting, accidentally stands on the folds of her skirt. She's sitting down, and steps backward as if he had trodden on something living. Rodolphe's shoes, so well polished that they reflect the grass. The servant boy, Justin, in love with Emma, astonished when she undoes her hair and it all comes down, or in the kitchen, gazing avidly at women's underclothes that are hanging to dry. And many funny details, too. Léon, when he's first sort of courting Emma, brings some plants to her, like some potted plants. Why? Because a certain novel had started a fashion for cactuses. Homé's praise of Emma, the highest he can imagine. She is a woman of great talent who would not be out of place as the wife of a sub-prefect. The Homé household, where the parents are so fearful of their kids' safety that the floors are never waxed, and the children from the age of 4 have to wear great big quilted caps on their heads. Léon, dreaming of Paris, he would have guitar lessons. So some things never change, right? Hippolyte, the poor ostler whose leg is mangled by Homé and Charles. You might remember that they're so terribly mortified and ashamed that they build him a very expensive 300-franc leg, which has cork and wood and springs and a trouser leg to cover it. And Homé says, Hippolyte says, "That's too good for ordinary. I can't really wear that. Maybe Sundays. You'll have to make me a more basic leg for the week." So they do. Binet, who is described as a great expert on the uncorking of stone cider bottles. This is surely like the barbecue boar, the guy who sort of comes over and says, now, I'm going to show you how to make the best hamburger. It's what they do in Paris. When Homais goes to Rouen to have lunch with Léon, he goes in disguise. And this is the reason, quote, he had not told anyone of his plans for fear of alarming the public by his absence. That's a really brilliant, ironic line, is it not? He's just the pharmacist, he's the apothecary. But in his mind, right, there's a great thing that the Lacanian Darien leader quotes in a book about psychoanalysis, where he's dealing with someone's fantasy, some famous patient of maybe of Lacan himself, who said, oh God, what did he say? I've forgotten it now. In my world, I'm omnipotent, but in yours, I'm merely diplomatic. Homais he seriously thinks that his absence from Rouen is going to be a problem, so he had not told anyone of his plans for fear of alarming the public by his absence. When Dr. Canivet arrives in Yonville, Homais is immediately drawn to this famous man. Writes Flaubert, Homais was incapable temperamentally of keeping away from famous men. And he invites him to breakfast, and when he's handing him the sugar, offers it in Latin. Saccharum, doctor? When Emma's father receives the letter from Homais informing him that Emma has died, Homais has written it out of consideration, but also presumably because he's a flowery writer, in such a confusing way that when he first reads it, Emma's father, he thinks, my daughter is dead, then he thinks my daughter is alive, and now I can't tell either. After Emma's death, Mademoiselle Lempereur, the piano teacher who never taught Emma anything, sends a bill for 6 months of lessons. And you might remember also that despite the fact that Emma wasn't having lessons, when the town heard that she was having lessons, this is like something out of Jane Austen, they all agreed that she'd become a much better pianist. Let's just look very quickly at two lovely passages, and then we'll go on to, as it were, attack Flaubert a little bit and defend wonderful, well, just a bit, and defend wonderful Jean Améry. So let's look first of all at the passage A, which is just an incredible bit of writing, very strange. I've marked it. I'll read the English, but the French is there for you. I've marked it. It's very typical of the novel. It's just a little tear, a riff that Flaubert goes off on. He's describing some pastries, some buns, cheminots, that the Homais family like. This is page 266 for those of you with A. And this is what he says. He was supervising this is the top of the page, the loading onto the Hirondelle of a huge box of pharmaceutical supplies. In his hand, he held 6 cheminots, these are these buns or pastries, enveloped in a cloth for his wife. And then this incredible bit of writing. Madame Homais was very fond of these small, heavy bread rolls, shaped like a turban, that are eaten with salted butter during Lent, the last surviving relics of Gothic fare, dating back perhaps to the Crusades, and upon which in past ages the lusty Normans used to gorge themselves, imagining that before them on the table, lit by the yellow glow of torches and flanked by flagons of Hippocras and giant slabs of salted pork, lay the heads of Saracens served up for them to devour. Like the Normans, the pharmacist's wife, despite her terrible teeth, valiantly, actually the French is heroically, heroically gnawed her way through them. And whenever Monsieur Homais made a journey to the city, he never failed to bring her some, which he always bought from the best bakery for them in the Rue Massacre. That's a wonderful bit of funny writing. It's great, great comedy. It's also, in some ways, not, I don't know that it's realism, it's also not particularly likable in some way, because I think it's Flaubert having fun at someone's expense. Certainly, I think it's at Madame Homais, but what can we say about these details? First of all, they have their own irreducible reality. They have what I've called a thisness about them. They are literally fragments of the real. Perhaps my favorite detail in the entire novel is when Flaubert describes the unchanging hotel room that Léon and Emma would go back to every Thursday. And he said it was always the same furniture because it was always the same room. And sometimes Emma would find the hairpins she had taken out of her hair under the clock the week before. That's just a fragment of reality. It is reality. It is thisness. Secondly, these details, of course, as I described, can encode a psychology that does not have to be laboriously voiced. Emma holding the satin slipper, Charles rubbing his hands together, Charles flinching when he smokes the cigar, the priest breathing heavily after his lunch, Léon thinking of guitar lessons. Third, also metonymically, many of these details, especially the funnier or more ironic ones, do adumbrate a larger social scene. The unread medical dictionary, for instance. The peasants at the window, it's what they do in Paris. The villagers praising Emma for becoming a better pianist, even though she hasn't been receiving lessons. The priest who, in every sermon, never fails to remind his congregation that Voltaire died eating his own excrement. These details, of course, are created by words, but through a verbal alchemy, they become the world. They're things. They're part of the extraordinary thisness of Flaubert's world. Indeed, Flaubert does create what Améry calls a tactile, visible, olfactory, gustatory, and auditory reality through the creation of an incomparable linguistic reality. That is his realism. Fourth, because these details are irreducible, because they're so surplus to requirement, surplus to efficiency, they have a strange freedom. They have an existence or liberty of their own, a vitality that breaks away from the Flaubertian prison. Once we've tried to account for the meaning, say, of the bailiff's clerk stopped in the middle of the street, listening to Emma playing the piano, we still can't quite account for the sheer lovely excess of the detail. Why is he hatless, in his slippers, a sheet of paper in his hand? And I think, by the way, something similar happens with Homais. Homais is supposed to be ridiculous, but in some beautiful way he gets away from Flaubert and steals the show and seems to me a wonderful, likable, funny character. And although I know the novel famously ends with what is supposed to be a doom-laden bit of Flaubertian irony, he's just won the Legion of Honor, part of me thinks, good, great, you deserved to. I loved you from beginning to end. And I don't know, this is something that just happens in novels, isn't it? It's like Dostoevsky saying to his publisher when he's writing Brothers Karamazov, I want to make the case against atheism, but I'm afraid that I've just written the Grand Inquisitor bit so well that they're all going to come away with atheism. But that's not my intention at all, he says to his publisher. These details have an accidental vitality that does escape what Améry describes as the sort of prison style of Flaubert. To return to Roland Barthes, what's wonderful about Flaubert's details, once we've got over the obvious fact that they're highly intended, they're created, they're fabricated, all those things that irritate Roland Barthes, is that they still function with all the flickering force of accident. They are the accidental details of life that compose our reality. Fifth, we note the ways in which these details work, not only in Flaubert, of course, but supremely well in Flaubert, as analogues of the way realism functions, or better still, as indices of the way realism works. The detail stands for the total picture, in the way, presumably, that Améry assumed that the factory chimneys of Rouen, which Bovary should have noticed, would stand in for a whole social dimension of labor. In this way of reading Flaubert, his characters are not cartoons so much as sketches. That's not my line, by the way. It comes from my marvelous novelist wife. We were discussing this a few days ago. And I thought, that's it, you've got it. They're not cartoons, they're sketches. Peter Gallison was talking yesterday about using inference. He was talking about how, if you're trying to photograph a black hole, you would actually need a telescope the size of the Earth to do it. That's obviously not possible, so you get 10 telescopes and you put them together, and by process of fragment and inference, you finally do the equivalent of having a telescope the size of the world. Finally, since these details run throughout the novel, they define Flaubert's novel. What sense does it make to separate, as Améry does, the wedding scene and declare it an example of realism, but to declare the ball at La Vaubyessard or the chapters about Emma's reading not realist? All of these scenes glimmer with similar fragments of thisness. Given his opposition to Roland Barthes and Foucault and so on, it's a slightly painful irony that Jean Améry comes close to, but doesn't finally fall into, thank goodness, agreeing with them. By this I mean, he's appalled by the way that the theorists and nouveau romanciers separate language and the world, the word and the world, style from reality, the reality effect from the real. But Améry does something similar himself by lurching too far into a simple idea of the real, while aiming suspicious glances at those elements of Flaubert's style he just doesn't like or trust. Flaubert's irony, Flaubert's infatuation with words, Flaubert's obsessive style, his anti-bourgeois snobbery. He doesn't simply say that he dislikes these elements in Flaubert or that they make Madame Bovary less than great. He says that they make the book less than realist. Roland Barthes says, in effect, that Flaubert can't be a realist because no one can be. Realism doesn't exist. Améry says that Flaubert is not a realist because he refuses to be one, at least in places. There's more overlap between these two critics than one would like, quite apart from the irony that the anti-nouveau romancier, Améry, is here engaged in a pretty metafictional nouveau roman of his own, something like what we might now call auto-fiction or auto-theory. But, and here I'm going to unravel myself a bit, it's embarrassing and petty, I think, to play the literary critic with Jean Améry. He's right. He's morally right. I might be tempted to argue that Flaubert's disagreeableness has a certain pungent reality. I do. But I don't have to say that I like it particularly or approve of it. Nothing is more moving in Jean Améry's defense of Charles Bovary than this line, "No fool is only a fool." That sentence strikes me as not only morally decent and sensible, it works as a pretty good definition of fiction's moral raison d'être. Is there any moral dimension, actually, in Madame Bovary? If anything, Améry is too kind to Flaubert. If anything, he underplays the nullifying absolutism of Flaubert's vision. The authorities who prosecuted the novel in 1857 said they were doing so, and I'm sure they believed they were doing so, on grounds of public immorality, right? The book was too sexy, erotic, whatever, dangerous to public morality. But you can't help thinking that what really scandalized them was the novel's declaration in its every page that adultery is as monotonous and platitudinous as marriage. That's the great line, isn't it? She was rediscovering in adultery the platitudes of marriage. Forget Charles Bovary. There isn't a single main character in the novel, again with perhaps the exception of Homais, who has any likability, nobility, or decency. And here I do a little disagree with Peter. This is an author who, not content with having rubbished poor Charles throughout the book, tells us that after his death, does anyone remember this great line? That after his death, Dr. Canivet opened him up and found nothing. He didn't need to do that. It's on the last page, pretty much, of the novel. They opened him up and found nothing. Il ne trouva rien. Améry is absolutely right to say that Flaubert's obsession with bourgeois imbecility with the cliché, and this ran right through Flaubert's life from the age of 7, when he started playing a role called the garçon, in which he went around épating the bourgeois. Right to the end of his life with the unfinished Dictionary of Received Ideas, which was, some of you know, there would be a sort of A to Z of foolishnesses, cliches. I don't know, if you did a contemporary version now, it would be something like military veterans, always thank them for their service, right? Just received stupid ideas, or bouvard pécuchet. So this is something that runs right through Flaubert's life, and Améry is right to attack it morally. It becomes an imbecile idée fixe of Flaubert himself, an obsession morally unworthy of a great novelist, a kind of idée reçue of his own. Améry is right too that this very French obsession with the cliché, with the bourgeois, makes Flaubert both a modernist precursor, very much so, but also a precursor of counter-Enlightenment post-war theory. In Flaubert's world, there is no original thought or feeling. Everything is mediated, cliched, second-hand, belated, already thought by someone else. Just think for a second, say, how important the cliché becomes from Flaubert on in modernism. No one is more Flaubertian, say, than Nabokov in his obsessive, to me, and unbelievably tedious obsession with not being cliched, so that he's then able to denounce Stendhal, Camus, Thomas Mann as somehow not being stylistically original enough. Nabokov sits next to a French professor and says, can the Chartres de Parma be any good? I mean, he dictated it in 50 days, and it seems to me full of cliché and prosaicisms. Roland Barthes' terror of realism is nothing more than Flaubert's terror of bourgeois convention. That's the irony, I think, that Roland Barthes didn't get. No one sounds more Flaubertian than Roland Barthes when he says that I love you is the least original, least authentic thing anyone can say. Finally, even if he does not quite describe it properly, and I don't think he does, Améry deserves immense credit for the way he brings to our attention the natural tension in realism and in the project of the novel. And that's the tension between the form and the real. Realism, of course, is representation. All fiction is. It's mimesis. Realism's dream, in a sense, is always to be more real. And what can be more real than a reality that breaks form? The realist novel wants to be the great, bright book of life, just in the way that the revolutionary documentary filmmaker wants to make an 8-hour, 10-hour, 24-hour documentary film to be more real. A book as big as life, a Borgesian map that covers the world with a 1-to-1 ratio. One of the reasons the 19th century novels are so big is that they're so realist. They want to run alongside life in real time. There's no small great American novel. Well, maybe one or two, maybe The Crying of Lot 49, but there shouldn't be any small great American novel. Gatsby, yeah, obviously, okay, I take that back. There is, yes, Gatsby, absolutely right. Scrub that. The novel finds itself hard to close, hard to end, right? We all find endings irritating in novels, just as psychoanalysis finds it hard to conclude its sessions, because formlessness is pushing always against form, right? You come to the sort of 45-minute, 50-minute thing with the therapist, and you think, I'm just getting going. And then he says, I think, yes, thank you. See you next week. That's what the novel does the whole time. And the end of Madame Bovary is just such an example. There's something tedious about seeing the machinery getting going from the moment the arsenic is introduced. We think, it's the arsenic, yes, she will take it, running around, suicidal thoughts. The English novelist and philosopher Iris Murdoch from the mid-20th century put this very nicely once when she was talking about contemporary literature. So she was talking about the 50s, really, about this time, and she said, at the moment, literature is divided between the crystalline and the journalistic. And I think by the crystalline, she meant like Camus, or the Nouveau Roman. Slim, tight, formalist containments of reality. And then on the other side, the novels that go reporting. And you can hear in that distinction a dissatisfaction with each side, yeah? Form is too formalist, crystalline, and formlessness, journalism, is too formless. There's always too much of the real to represent. There's always something unspeakable in realism. Realism's temptation is its impossibility. But Flaubert, of course, pushes this tension to its extreme acuteness because he writes realism, as he put in his letters, while detesting the real, while detesting the banality of the real, although he writes it up very well. And because he practices a formalism, a stylishness so exquisite, so perfect, that I'm going to have to put my glasses on because I'm losing eyesight as the sun disappears. So perfect that he murders the real. No, I'm fine, Susan, that much. Perfect, thanks. That he murders the real, smothers it, stifles it. If the real is always too much for realism, then for Flaubert, it's both too much and too little. Too much because the real can't be ever completely represented, and too little because Flaubert detests the banality of the real and detests the way in which his own realism, when representing banality, gets osmotically filled up with the banal, becomes the banal. So then you can see him taking defensive measures. Someone who wasn't obsessed with the real in quite the way Flaubert was would have simply described those cheminots fairly straightforwardly. Flaubert has to go on a beautiful arabesque around the cheminot, and at the end, do we see the cheminot, or is the cheminot in some way the little bun being obliterated with all the talk of Saracens and the Rue Massacre and the rest of it? I'm not sure. What did Flaubert, the great realist, say when he read a French translation of War and Peace? Of course, the artist in him loved Tolstoy, and he says in a letter to Turgenev, what a painter, what a great painter. But the formalist in him, that's the realist in him, the formalist in him says, il se répète et il philosophe. He repeats himself and he philosophizes. This is a terrible thing to do. He's not formalist enough. Flaubert finds a kind of formalist solution to this dilemma with his use of metonymic detail, as I said, the part standing in for the whole. But Améry is right to draw our attention to all that is left out: ordinary compassion, the dignity of labor, plausibility, faith in the authentic, faith in the human, hope. And here I really am closing. I'm sorry to keep you so long. To end, I'll use a very helpful definition of realism from an essay by the French critic and theorist of cinema, André Bazin. The essay was written, some of you might know it, in 1945. Just think for a moment of that date and of how incapable poor Améry would have been to gather his opinions on realism. And it's called The Ontology of the Photographic Image. Bazin describes realism, and I like this ready definition, as the need to give significant expression to the world, both concretely and in its essence. I like that word significant, since it encodes a whole dimension of moral seriousness. It's not enough just to point your camera at the world. It has to be a significant expression. And I like that word essence, because it's essential. Perhaps we might say that Améry, in my opinion, is wrong about Flaubert's realist ability to give expression to the world concretely. Few novelists are more tactile, auditory, visual, concrete than Flaubert. What Flaubert said of Tolstoy of course should be said of him. What a great painter. But he's absolutely right that Flaubert fails to give significant expression to the world in its essence. As it happens, Madame Bovary was effectively rewritten not by Jean Améry, but by the 19th century writers most influenced by Flaubert. Tolstoy, of course, in Anna Karenina, Chekhov beautifully in his short story, The Lady with the Little Dog, where Chekhov, the short story writer, says, I don't need 800 pages. 8 will be fine for me. Marvelous. And what does he do at the end of that story, of course? He has no one killed off. He says, whether they'll make it, I don't know, who can tell? Wonderful Chekhovian shrugging of the shoulders. And supremely, supremely, above all, by a Prussian master, you know where I'm going, very close in spirit and habitation to where we are now standing. A writer whose realism is less tactile, less visual, less detail-rich, less concrete than Flaubert's, but morally more expansive, more compassionate, more subtle, and wiser. I mean, of course, Fontana and his great novel of 1895, Effie Briest, a book which corrects Flaubert by including a generous and warm-hearted portrait of a small-town pharmacist, a generous and warm-hearted portrait of a local priest, the kindly old Pastor Niemeyer, who tells Effie that, how unlike Emma, that she has the right feelings and that she will go to heaven, despite her adultery. And who, when asked by Effie what he thinks of life, delivers this beautiful, patient response worthy of the greatest, most humane realist, a line like something out of a movie by Ozu or Sajid Ray. What do I think of life? A little and a lot. Sometimes a great deal, sometimes a very little. Surely Jean Améry would agree. Thank you.
James, what a fabulous talk. And I actually feel, I was talking in my introduction about the antinomies in Améry. I feel like maybe you resolved them, at least as far as Charles Bovary is concerned. We don't have a lot of time. We have a fairly tight, those of us who are speakers and participants in the conference have a fairly tight schedule, but I would like to allow for a couple of questions or remarks. David.
First of all, let me again second Susan's remarks, very beautiful meditation about what is real. I suppose I should, this is fair disclosure, I should tell you I wrote a book that is called More Than Real. Oh. It's a history of the imagination in South India over several centuries.
That's fantastic.
So from that vantage point, I wanted to ask you two questions. So let's begin with Bessin, the essence, the missing essence, you know. But you see, from a South Asian perspective, one might wonder if the essence of the real, if we want to use that word, might be rather empty and banal and boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the features of the book, Madame Bovary. It's a kind of, it's almost an apotheosis of boredom.
Right.
And, you know, I'm sitting next to Amber, who would tell you that the Buddhists think that the world is empty, really empty, you know, and that there's a moral equivalent to that perception. So that's one question. And then secondly, again from a South Asian perspective, they would say, sort of simplifying things a lot, they have a very elaborate theory of poetics, they would say that realism is a kind of figuration. It's a figure, like any other figure.
Yeah.
And indeed, like any human sentence, anything we might say, which is always configured in some ways. And given that, they would also say, I think, and that's what I argued in this book, that the antinomy or the opposition of the imagined and the real is a very false one. Things in South Asia are real insofar as they are imagined.
Mm.
So that's my question.
I completely agree. I think your first question is a really tricky one from perhaps from a Western point of view. I know exactly what you mean. I don't know exactly what I know what a work of art that was mimicking boredom would be like, but I don't know what a boring work of art would be like, because I don't know who would set out to do that. This is, I think, precisely the difficulty Flaubert gets into when his realism gets caught up in the foolishness and the banality that he wants to represent, and so he finds ways out around it. And I don't also know what an empty work of art would look like. Again, I mean, we have ideas, certainly. There'll be, you know, a Japanese novel that one loves, or a particular lyric poem which gets close to a kind of, in our traditions, close to an empty simplicity of form, but I don't know what a complete inhabiting of that emptiness would be. The poet W.H. Auden put this very nicely in his poem called The Novelist, where he says, you know, the poet is lucky because the poet has short forms and can spring forward like a hussar, like a cavalry officer, straight in. But the novelist, as he puts it, has to become the whole of boredom. That's great. Has to become the whole of boredom. So you're always sorting out the ratio. That's why I say, as I say, sort of endings are irritating. You're always sorting out the ratio. What was the lovely thing you were saying about the figure, the second point?
The notion that the realism is a kind of figure.
Yeah.
It's a form of figuration.
Yeah.
Like any other figuration.
Yes. I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that. In other words, from my point of view, Columbart needs to get over that problem. It seems a kind of religious, puritanical side of him as a critic that he's so appalled by the deceptions of mimesis. Actually, Bazin in that essay, interestingly, says, we have realism. He says the problem that people can't get sorted in their head is that there is realism, which gives significant expression to the world in its form and essence, and pseudo-realism, which he says is a confusion of the mind and the eye. That's to say, it's artifice. Well, who's surprised by artifice? But that's why I think Améry is not sufficiently aesthetic enough. He doesn't want to give enough attention to precisely realism as figuration, the way in which each work of art makes the real, discloses it. I've got to a point in my life where, although I love realism and like talking about it, I prefer just to talk about writers' realisms. There's Fontana's realism, which is nothing like Tolstoy's, it's nothing like Flaubert's. It's a little bit like the thing when someone said to the drummer of The Who, Keith Moon, are you the greatest drummer in the world? And he said, no, I'm the greatest Keith Moon-style drummer in the world. We should always attach that to realism, and I'm grateful for the reminder.
I'm going to ask, I see two more questions. I want to apologize for the fact that we don't have a lot of time, and also say to at least the people who've been speaking at the conference, we will have time to discuss this later. But you got a short question, Moshe?
No, I can.
No, because this is actually a principle of the Einstein Forum that we normally allow a lot of time for discussion, but there are various logistical things.
Babbled on for
It was a wonderful talk. Nobody thinks it was too long. It's only a set of logistical.
A lecture can always be too long. As I said, fifth. A pall went over the room. I said fifth, and I thought, they have no idea what first, second, or third was. I don't have any idea at this point what first, second, or third.
No. Moshe.
No, just maybe another take on, first of all, thank you. It's really, as you began, it was complex in a beautiful way.
Yes.
Really beautiful. So, following David, I think, a novel cannot be real because it's fictional, right? In the most straightforward way. Yeah. But it's and I think that's what troubles Améry maybe in terms of realism.
Yeah.
If it's revelatory,
yeah.
Right? You want a novel or any picture, an icon, to have such an impact on you that when you look back in the world, you look at it differently. Because it revealed something about the world. Right? There's a sense of revealing something. So the question is always, is this something revealing? Can I now come back to the world and identify in it in a better way, in a more deeper way, in a subtler way, in a more nuanced way? the way the human, in that respect, the human interacts. And that's maybe another take, or not another take, it's a way to put the charge. So Améry would say, and yeah, I'm not sure, maybe he says, well, I look at these characters and I cannot identify anything in the world I know that looks like them, or that let me understand that world better, deeper, etc. They don't reveal anything in that respect.
I agree. Yeah, that's very eloquent. I don't have anything much to say about that. Yes, in that sense, it seems to me that you go back again and again, I do, to Tolstoy for those exactly the reasons you said, because the world is remade and described, not just visually remade, as Flaubert beautifully does, but morally remade and surprisingly remade. Yeah, I agree with that.
Amber, last question, comment.
Thank you for this. So I was really struck by your phrase, Flaubert writes the real while detesting the banality of the real. And of course I was immediately reminded of the first talk we had, Susan opened with, about how important a robust defense of the banal is for Jean Améry, and that the anti-banality impetus is itself already a counter-Enlightenment kind of move.
Yeah.
So I wondered whether this might be something that explains the animus that Dominic picked up on that's motivating this. And even maybe some of the bad writing. Just let Charles be banal. He is banal.
Right.
Let's not try to write our way out of that.
Absolutely. Don't rebuke him for it. Absolutely right. I was struck, I know people have to go, but I was struck when Peter was talking, because it seemed to me that fiction was working on you in a way that's very beautiful about certain kinds of imprisoning fiction. I'm thinking here of the short stories of someone I love, Giovanni Verga, which is that it can excite in you a resistance, a rebellion to break open the prison. It doesn't show you the possibility of breaking open, precisely not. It imprisons you and shows you the prison, but it excites in you, a reader, the desire to make a defense. And I think Améry is doing something like that. I think you're absolutely right to put it fairly and squarely on banality. And as I said, what a ultimately tedious and unworthy obsession that was of Flaubert's. I think that again and again.
But it's so complimentary, your talk, I felt.
Yes, perfectly so.
Indeed, in many ways. They do.
Right. Well, anybody who happens to be watching online, there are a few people watching online. All the talks from this conference will be online in about a week. Is that realistic? Yes. Okay. We'll all be online in about a week. You can see the whole conference. This was an absolutely wonderful conference. The only thing that I'm sorry about is that the bloody transportation problem in Europe at the moment led 3 of our board members to have to leave early and not be here for the last day because their booked planes had been canceled, and it led another person not to be here. So I wish there had been more of us, but it's just been wonderful. I'm so grateful to all of you. But let's thank James for a start. Perfect ending. I knew you'd do it, James. That was why I put you on last.
I put you near your office.